Oh, okay, that should be it, right? Okay, I think that is it. All right, let me lower it a little bit because it's going through the gate. Okay. Sorry about that, y'all. I'm gonna get Mr. Eclipse on the call, and we're gonna work with some inhale bass. Today we're doing an inhale bass spectral analysis through a lot of different beatboxers. We're gonna try to control for. That's the webcam mic, really? That should be. This is bizarre. So that's why it was working. Okay, we're gonna use the webcam mic for right now until I get set up. My bad, y'all. See, the input works well there. Did it? I really don't want to do this with a freaking camera mic. That is not ideal. Let me see. It says it's working is the thing. Like, maybe if I just try it. Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. So not even the RC505 is getting signal from the mic. So let's see here. That should do it. Bam! Let's see if that does it. I think that does it. And ha ha ha! I am the greatest. Are you taking reactions? I am going to be doing that. Yep, just had some technical issues to solve. I gotta get the call going. There was a blackout, so both of my PCs got shut down, and a couple of different things that I need to fix. So they should be fixed now. We're gonna start with doing spectral analysis for inhale basses, starting with Mike there. I'm gonna see what we can do to account for variables. How you doing? Well, I'm live, by the way. Heads up. I'm actually wondering if I can.
I was watching.
Good,
You
good.
struggled there.
Yeah, the struggle was real. Let's see. Can you talk again? I want to see if the levels are good.
Hello. This is my.
Good. Yeah, they're good. All right, here we go. Thank you, Mike, for the being the sound guy. Let's not disparage people, man. Like, you can say that you don't like her. You don't have to use like, you know, like there's just no need for that, man. At all. Like, just say you don't like her. Like, you don't like her music or whatever. Like, that's it. Hello, just another viewer. You are not just another viewer to me. Yeah, I don't know if the negativity around a beatboxer is like bad enough, I might actually start muting people. So, especially because it's like there are reasons there's not a lot of women in beatboxing who make videos. And there's a reason for that. And you specifically might not be saying that because she's a woman, right? You're probably not saying it that way, but there are a lot of people who would. So perpetuating that is something I probably have to nip in the butt. So just a heads up. Yeah, just like say you don't like her. That's fine. It's a hard practice. What's the point listening to beginners? I don't know about you. If you must be a prodigy if that's what you got to in 2 weeks. I didn't get to that in 2 weeks. Besides, the thing that makes her unique is her singing chops. Her singing chops are quite good. Like, she's a good musician too. Like, but yeah, that's anyway. Yeah, I love these Sennheiser ones. These are amazing. Yeah, like chill it, Enigma, because like I don't want to have to throw around the band hammer. Again, you can totally say you don't like her. That's fine. Uh, well, you don't like her music, right? But I imagine you don't know her as a person, so let's not make it personal. Right? So that's the warning for that one. Okay. I think you sent me a G Drive link. So let me.
Hello.
Hello? Yeah, I hear you.
Is it? Yeah, I was just wondering because my stuff crapped out for a second.
Hold on. My brother, the vision engineer, is asking how he can help, which is a nice opportunity to get a professional software engineer helping with this. But let me get to the link that you sent. Also, let me open up Instagram so we can get Mike's audio sample. Thing is, I'm wondering if it's really. I don't even remember stuff. Hold on. It's asking me to log in. I'm like, do I even remember my login information? You know, I appreciate the apology, man. You know what I mean? Just like try to understand where I understand where you're coming from, and again, you can just say you don't like it. That's fine. So I'm just trying to open up my Instagram for this. Again, my apologies, y'all. Stuff got nuked from a blackout. So this is what I'm excited about right here. Let me see if this actually gets into the audio here. Desire excite. All right. This should ideally work. Let's see. So that's Mike. Now, Mike, did you record that on a phone? I want to see what you. There shouldn't be drama. If we want drama, we can talk about the Oscars, but God, I don't want to talk about it. Oh my God. We got like news organizations saying like, well, Chris Rock said something in a club that he was still processing it, and this is news. I'm like, okay, I'm over this shit. So that's anyway. All right. All right. Let's see what we got here. Now the G drive is it a bunch of other okay. These are normal inward bass. Cool. All right. While I review these with the spectrogram, do you want to take a look at maybe another couple examples of different performances? And I would love, like Mike, if you can also kind of drop that so we can I'll take a look at this. I wonder if I can send this to myself on the gram. Let's see quick. Can I send this to myself? Can I DM myself? These are important things to know. You can do it on Facebook. Okay, it looks like I can. Good. This will allow me to do it on the spectrogram. All right. Cool. I also removed the ear bleed Windows sound. I'm proud of that. Let's see. That should have opened a G drive. There we go. Okay. There we go. Switching back. I get this set up with the spectrogram. Time for generic stalling tactics. How are y'all doing today? Condenser mic? Cool. Okay, that's good to know. Let's see. Hello, Urquana. All right. Let's get some. Let's do. I want to try cross-reference this. Also, Mike, do you have a YouTube? I can plug your Instagram. But I'd like wherever you're at, it's just like whatever you want to plug. You there, Eclipse?
Yeah, I'm just doing stuff. So.
Gotcha. Who do you think has like the sickest inhale bass? I'm looking at top 5 beatbox inward bass drops, but like that's 2 years ago, and I'm pretty sure like
I mean,
things have evolved.
King Inertia, Vocoder, Helium, Hartzell,
Okay.
Delo.
Delo. Herschel. Probably spelling that way wrong.
It's a good 5.
Enigma. Sorry, what were the other ones? Delo,
Which
Herschel.
ones did you put?
Delo, Herschel, Enigma.
Hartzell. Hart Z-E-L. Remember?
Yeah.
We reacted to him last time.
I'm about as good with my names as I tell you.
Delo, Hartzell, Inertia, Helium.
Okay.
And Vocoder.
Photo. Gotcha. Yeah, if you search Mike Beatbox on YouTube, I love Dropical's inward bass. Let's do Dropical. I love, yeah, MTS is fucking nuts, but we got to stick with inward bass for now. I think stuff like MTS, like once I understand a bit more, it'll be significantly easier to discuss more specific stuff. I'm actually really happy about doing this. It's a little bit of a change of pace, which is nice.
He's giddy.
I'm giddy. I love doing reactions. Like they're great for informing myself. And like it's I recognize how insanely spoiled I am that I get paid money to just sit down and listen to stuff. But like there are things I really, really want to know. Is inhale bass or inward bass? So is that the same thing?
Inward. I mean, no one calls it inhale bass.
It was actually the first
Really?
hit, yeah, first recommendation. That could also be like a from you know, I type the words inhale and exhale a lot because, you know, singer.
Yeah, it's probably just your
Bringing up everybody's. Oops. That's inertia. inward bass. Man, it's Herzl. So fucking bad. If it's any consolation, being really, really bad with names is 100% not unique to beatboxing. Oh, there's a compilation here. Let's see, let's do helium. Is it gonna be Drama Mama if I ask what if I ask what happened with the guy that no one wants to like touch with a 10-foot pole now?
Hamas? I mean,
Yeah.
we can just touch on it.
Yeah, if I could understand, because like I want to make a decision about whether or not I should show him on the channel. Like,
Well, don't. And the main thing is he's in court right now, and as it stands right now, there are sexual assault allegations. But it could be that since all these reports came from one like source, that it was fabricated by his ex or something like that. So he's since he wasn't proved, Shazam and Sin wanted to add him to BBU or allow him to compete because this and that got gathered backlash, and they're like, yeah, we shouldn't have done that. We know he's a divisive figure. We shouldn't. So it's basically don't involve him in stuff until we know if he's innocent or not. It's just, yeah.
Fair enough. I don't see tropical coming up for inward bass. Maybe I spelled it wrong. I do have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4.
I mean, on David's video, David's video was kind of an amateur video as like videos like that, like video essays like that go. It was really disparaging to Shazam and Sin for no apparent reason. He insinuated that like they're just they put him in there just for like a cash grab and like all these things, and it's like he didn't even reach out to them, and I don't know.
That's not okay. I'm gonna give
just like yeah.
from my perspective on events in general. Like no one does events because it's easy, and for the most part, there is actually no money in it. Events are usually justified via event marketing. So you make an event to sell a thing. So I don't see Shazam or Sin selling anything. And just for clarification, why do I know this? I started a nonprofit out of college that I basically ran with my wife and a few other people for like 2.5 years, and all we did like something like 30 something events. And it's hard. And we had an instance actually identical to this where we had a show, we had a cast, someone reached out to me and was like, one of the people in your cast is a sexual predator. And we were like, what the shit do we do? We're like, I don't know, I've never dealt with it, never saw this one coming. So we reached out to a professor of sexuality at Temple University, and they gave us specific criteria that we followed. We, if the abused doesn't come forward, then that was the bar. I don't know why that was her decision. She's been involved in a lot of things like that, so we just kind of took it at face value. And then the person who was making the claim came forward, and we were like, all right, that's it. So we cut them from a show based on that, which it's, I don't know, it's hard to make that decision because on one hand you want to wait for due process, But on the other hand, the statistics and the difficulty of someone coming out and making such a claim is like, it is very, very, very unlikely that someone makes that shit up. So, but it's tough. And so, like, the idea that this is all a cash grab is fucking stupid because I guarantee you they would make way more money spending all of that time on reacts. Every react video gets like minimum, like what, like 50,000 views. So at a CPM of something comparable that I get, that's 50 times like 2.5. Okay. So across both channels, they make about 250 total, so about 125 each. And then there's the video editor. I'm not sure how much he gets, probably something. So in the time it takes to make one reaction video, they versus an event and how long that takes, it would take, oh my god, events take so much time, like so much time. I mean, hours upon hours upon hours for very little reward. So like, so if in 30 minutes they can make $125, like you know what I mean? That's about $250 an hour. And let's even say that that takes longer than that, that it's like 2 hours per React video. Then you're talking still $60 an hour US. So I don't know where they're located, but that would be a lot of money. Whereas I almost guarantee you that does BBU have any sponsors? Like, does anyone know offhand if BBU has sponsors?
No, I don't think so.
Exactly. Like,
I think it's all out of pocket.
yeah.
It's 23K price pool, just out of pocket.
Yeah. So without any sponsors and without any guarantee of income, no assurances about how this event is going to go, I don't think people understand how risky, incredibly taxing, and just emotionally draining doing an event like this is. I think people have no idea. Anyway.
Yeah, my main problem with David's video is that it was pretty like emotional, and he should have just done things like on a personal level, like expressed his concerns there, and then maybe if they were acting weird and like unprofessional and stuff, then you sort of expose them for being like shady people. But like, you have to talk to them first, and
I just want to take a second. Canopy, thank you so much. I appreciate you, man. That really does help. I have a question. Have you ever just sat in a call with a beatboxer that can do loads of sounds and just listen to the talk and sound it? I'd love to do that. I'd love to do that. I've actually thought about two different ways to do that. One would just be like, kind of like a podcast, like, I don't know what I would call it, but like something like the science of sound, or like what the science of the human face hole, like something like that. And I've been really interested about that idea. And then on top of that, I've wanted to possibly do voice lessons for free with some beatboxers who are struggling with just singing, because I think that that's really interesting, and that's probably the way I'm gonna learn the fastest, in general. So, yeah, that's kind of where I'm at on that. The biggest problem to the barrier to entry for this, the problem that prevents me from doing any of this, and you'll laugh at this, Eclipse, because I mention this all the time. No one shows up on time. like everyone's like, yeah, I'll do it, and then time comes and it's like, okay, you ready? And they're like nowhere to be found. And this is my full-time thing, so I'm amenable to doing like things based on people's time zones, but like no one shows up on time. So that's the big problem. How hard is video editing? Not that hard. YouTube video editing is like stupid easy. It's like I don't know how you feel about it, Eclipse, but like,
I mean, mine, like, I do it manually, but still, it's very easy. You just, if there's a lull, you just cut, bam, it's done.
yeah,
Um, and then I just do a little thing at the beginning, but that takes like 5 minutes,
yeah.
maybe, to find the clips and clip them up.
Yeah. Just to answer the question about like money isn't the point. The point is that they care more about growing their brand. Uh, um, maybe, but then we're getting into presuming people's psychology. And I don't like if you've never done an event before. Like I said, doing an event is already really fucking hard. Like it's already really hard. Um, So the idea that they're doing it for any benefit of themselves or to grow their brand or for monetary anything, uh, that's just unlikely. Like super unlikely. Um, I don't know if they had any idea coming into this. Hold on. David deleted. I missed the context of that, Samuel. My apologies. Got deleted. You should actually do what Canopy said. Sounds interesting. A podcast. How am I doing, Ashwin? I'm doing great. We've reached out to Swiss Beatbox, and by we I mean Eclipse. And I haven't heard back from them regarding my channel being cleared to cover their stuff without getting claimed. So
So what happened is I hadn't heard back from them, but I saw that they saw my message, so I messaged Shazam about it, and he said that there's a reason they're not getting back to anyone right now, but he can't tell me about it.
yeah,
So
and I like totally respect that. I'm only at like 20, roughly 22,000 subs, and it's hard for me to keep up with people who reach out. Like which is not. I still do it because I think when people reach out, like if you're at a certain size like I am, like you have kind of I think a responsibility to talk to people who are going to go so far as to reach out, but it's just a totally unfathomable scale when you're as big as Swiss Beatbox or any. I bet even they have multiple like socials that they have to manage, and that's a lot. That's a different kind of hard. Um, so let me just check this real quick, see if it's anything. That's just unlikely. All right, that's not a good. I'm trying a new thing. The taxing.
looks like that make me
And
laugh.
just emotionally draining doing an event like this is. I think people have no idea. That's good. I'll keep that one. All right. It's already really hard. David deleted. All right. I don't know if they had any. All right, hold on, let me cut that. My mic sounds like absolute tin garbage dog shit right now, and I have no idea why.
It's not horrible. I didn't really notice anything, but
I think I might be using the wrong mic again. I don't know.
I think it sounds pretty much how it usually does over Discord for me.
Huh. I'm just like hearing it in recordings and it sounds really bad.
Ah,
Sorry, we'll get to the inward bass stuff real quick, y'all. I apologize. I just kind of I have a new format I'm working with. Events are usually justified via event marketing. Okay. It actually sounds fine. I think it's the encoding on OBS's end. You don't trust Swiss Beatbox anymore, to be honest? I don't. I would be interested in why. Nothing to do with psychology, bro. It's facts. It's not like they didn't know Swiss Beatbox died after the scandal.
I mean, they're far from dead. It's like saying someone who got like barely canceled is like, oh, they're finished now, and then they
Scandals
come back with like sponsors later, like
well, like
a couple months later.
Yeah, unless it gets to like David Dobrik levels, where like there's like it or like uh Jake Paul where like you're doing something like selling merch to minors, like super unlikely. Hold on, I'm just gonna cut that there. Export
Looks
that.
like that make me laugh.
Um, second. So, yeah, no, scandals actually bring in more traffic. Scandals, like outrage marketing works. And I doubt they intended that, right? Because it probably hurts the brand, but no, it probably made them bigger. To try to make more videos. I've just made one from the presentation template memes that were band transitions. I would make more. I would just make a shit ton of videos. It's better to find out what people want to watch and then edit as opposed to the other way around. Unless you just want to learn editing. That's an important skill for sure. Sloppy in some parts, also bringing a lot together. People had difficult finding. Possibly. Brez elimination coming out. Oh, you mean from BBU or from this channel?
From GBB.
Gotcha. Absolutely love your videos, and Alice feels interesting when you talk about stuff like the written voice in the voice box to create sounds, even the anatomy. Thank you, man. Thank you, Ashwin. It's nice. Like I was very lonely for many years, learning this stuff. It's funny enough, even in university, another singing student like heard me talk about singing, and she was like, "Huh, you're a nerd," and I was like, "Yeah, I am. But if you're not, why are you spending this much money on a major that like is never going to pay you? Like, why are you here?" So, but that was most people actually. So it's nice that like there are other people on the internet who enjoy this sort of thing. I have most of the inward bass stuff that I want. So we're good. Shazam's entire defense is, "I have the truth, trust me, bro," except he doesn't have shit because he's a damn liar. I'm gonna hold that one from being posted. Let me catch up though. David's video also has a lot of support from beatboxers like Napalm Dealer, a bunch more. I trust them over the 12-year-old. This is getting personal. But
What Shazam said in his video was that they have proof that the X was lying with some stuff, which immediately
that's
puts
bad. That's bad.
Puts some puts questionable, like makes her questionable with things, and people took that as, oh, we have proof that he's innocent, and then they didn't say it because obviously that's like private info, and they're like, well, if you have proof that he's innocent, then put it out. And they're like, first, we didn't say that we had proof that he's innocent. Second, we're not gonna just release that information to the public. It's like I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Involving like I said earlier when I was talking about like my experience with a similar instance, like you don't talk about it for a lot of reasons. So that just sounds like inexperience to me on that end. But like, yeah, they should have kept their mouth shut there, because it's also like they knew they couldn't. If the case is currently being worked on, they can't release it anyway, even if they have it. So that's a mistake, probably an honest one, but not ideal.
Yeah. I mean, they released video admitting it's a mistake, and I don't see why we shouldn't accept the apology. It's not like they're. One thing that people were speculating is like, oh, it was even part of David's video that he speculated that they were having him in because there was a grand prize of 10K, and that was going to go to like fund his court like legal fund.
Wait,
and it's just like
that was
what?
the presumption. Like they
That
didn't.
was one of the presumptions,
What is
and
this
it's like,
tinfoil?
why?
Like, what is this
What? Yeah,
tinfoil
I
hat
know.
nonsense? Are you kidding me?
Why wouldn't they just give him money? Why did they need to funnel it through? I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah.
People are just being conspiracy theorists, and uh,
Yeah.
it's not that deep.
So yeah, Ryan said I avoid reacting to Tamaz. I think that's fair. Um, the ethics of ambiguity comes to mind because I'm a nerd and I really love Simone de Beauvoir, who was a great philosopher, and her whole thing was like there's ethics and ambiguity. So, um, if we don't know, it would be unethical to come to a conclusion. So, operating on whether he's innocent or whether he's not is not. It's not ethical. We can have a ambiguous discussion about how it affects the community and how it affects events and how it affects other beatboxers and their channels. I think that's a legitimate conversation, but I think to discern whether someone is innocent or guilty, like let the courts decide that. Um, I have a couple of ways that I feel about that, but that's not really relevant. Yeah, I know we're not going to do Tamaz. I was never really planning to. I just wanted to understand what was happening. Deep into this because there was a lot of mistakes from everyone. It'll take hours to sort through. Thank you. Yeah, I'm getting that vibe. Analyzes beatbox. It's very informative. I appreciate you. Thanks, Ashwin. I appreciate you. Thank you. It used to be about music. Simpsons reference. I love the Simpsons. So I learned beatbox very quickly, and I've learned X's of 60 sounds in under a year. Mastered nothing. That's art. That's awesome. Becomes personal when Shazam and Sins have a platform to speak to a wide audience. It becomes personal when Shazam and Sin, who have a platform to speak to a wide audience, to say that he is innocent. I 100% agree that that's a mistake. I will
mean,
probably likely make a similar mistake eventually if I'm, I think every person does when
they said
be a public figure.
Like presume innocent until proven guilty, and we don't want to cancel someone just off of allegations and stuff like that. But I mean, which is all true, and I stand by that. But they probably should have just said we're not gonna associate with him until we know the result, and if it's a good one and he's innocent, then we'll try our best to promote him so that he can get back into the community, and hopefully his image will be saved, or like he can actually come back into the beatbox community.
Yeah, I mean, I've already said it about like probably not a good idea to talk about it as a person who's doing events, but I think it's time to move on. I don't think anything's being said that hasn't been said. So let's
Yep.
All right. More about sharing love and positivity, even the bad news. All right, we're moving on. Like enough of this. All right. So I have. You want to do mics first through the spectrogram?
Sure.
Because we also have like the high end, right? So this gives like a point of reference, I think. Excuse me, a little burp.
And if I can somehow hear it as the same time you're hearing it, I don't know.
You should. You should. The way I set it up.
Okay.
It's basically spoofing going in through my microphone.
Okay. Yeah.
Let's see. Now the only difficult part of this is going to be I'm switching between two computers. So like I'm going to have to like be really kind of deliberate about how I record this stuff. Okay. So let me switch. So today we're going to be looking Today we're going to be looking at inward bass through the perspective of a spectrogram. So just everybody has a point of reference. Let's talk about what a spectrogram is. On this axis, vertical axis, we have the frequencies that are being covered. On the other axis, we have time, and to measure the level, the volume, for lack of a better term, of each frequency, you can see that the brighter the brighter the frequency, right, that's the volume, right? So let's take a look at some inward bass because this is going to be really exciting. We have Mike Beatboxing, so we'll do a shout out to him. Go follow him. This is his inward bass. All right.
And again, it's not a
Hello guys, Mike
isolated
here.
sample, but
So
you just
the first inward bass variation I'll do is the nasal one, which it sounds like this. Alright, I can put it in the video if you want. So
Pretty sick.
alright. The next
Okay. This is really interesting. Now this is actually not at all what I thought this was going to look like. Oops. Yeah, this is why. Sorry, y'all. Okay. I'm not sure. We'll have to go through a couple more samples. This looks like it just got hard cut off. But like his consonants, you can see here. So that's really interesting. You can totally like this is crazy. This is madness. Like wow. To give an example of another kind of bass, let's do like an example of throat bass real quick. So you see how like oops, I gotta do this stuff real quick. So with a throat bass, that's a big difference, right? And so it's not necessarily the volume, it's the amount of frequencies that we're getting. Right? When we go to inward bass, all the frequencies are so compact. It's super intense. And let me bring that up again, just because it's cool. So let's give this another listen real quick. All right. So again, we're going to go with mics again.
This variation is the open mouth inward bass, which it sounds this way. All right. So basically, if you move your tongue.
Okay. So what a difference. Like one sound. So the first one was nasal, correct? That was what we were looking at.
Yeah.
Okay.
A lot bassier.
Yeah. This is not at all what I thought this would look like. Yeah. So this has way more upper partials. I'm kind of shocked that it's so dramatic. So this one is sorry, excuse me. It's not the nasal. What was the second one? Because this is gonna matter.
Open mouth?
This is open mouth. Okay. I would suspect, like, and this is why I love doing this stuff, just to confirm. So the reason why I thought the nasal one was going to have a lot more higher frequencies is I'll show this real quick. Oops, that's the wrong one. Where's the vocal track? Come on, vocal track. There we go. So the mouth and the throat generally produce a bigger space than the nasal cavity, right? You have like these small little airways, right? So the resonant like the frequencies that tend to resonate in the nose are generally higher, to the point of almost being obnoxious. So if we go to a spectrogram where I'm singing through my nose, you'll see what I'm talking about. There we go. Hello, my honey. Hello, my baby. Hello, my ragtime gal. Right? Like, that's just super dense, like, in a really specific frequency range to the point where it's totally obnoxious. And that happens, again, because, like, you know, resonating, using your body to highlight certain frequencies, like, you'd think that this is going to happen when you do an inward bass through your nose. So that's kind of shocking to me that this doesn't happen. Yeah, truly bizarre. Not what I thought at all was going to happen.
I guess I've always just known that if you want a sub-ear bass to hold it up to the mic up to your nose. But I mean, when you talk about it in relation to like singing and higher frequencies, I guess that is kind of backwards.
Yeah. It's super cool though. Like, all right, let's keep going with this because this is juicy, for lack of a better term. Okay. Let's get on the spectrum here. There we go. It's not playing for whatever reason. Let me just download it because it's giving me sass. Let's see. We're at 53 seconds.
Hello guys, Mike here. So the first inward bass variation I'll do, kind of textures. So for example, if I put my mouth like all the way up, it will sound. But if I put it down, it will sound.
Mike, this is pretty sick, dude. Like, this is really cool.
All right. So basically, if you move your tongue with the inward bass, you can do different.
Hold on, sorry. I'm trying to get to the spot where we were to record. All right.
Your tongue with the inward bass, you can do different kind of textures. So for example, if I put my mouth like all the way up, it will sound. But if I put it down, it will sound. The next one is a really short.
So can you explain to me? So the first one he did, he said that the mouth was all the way up. I don't exactly know what that means. Obviously, we have some different shenanigans going on. What can I get some clarification on what he meant by that?
I think he meant tongue position.
Okay.
With an open mouth.
Okay.
Again, English, not first language.
No, totally fine. Does that like sound kind of what you were going for, Mike? Thank you, by the way, for being in here. The tongue. Okay, gotcha. Okay, luckily Mike decided to join us, which I'm super appreciative of. So he meant the tongue. So this is interesting. So this is all the way up. And so this makes sense to me that this is that it comes out to be this way. Higher frequencies are really, really tiny. Frequencies have a size, right? So let me get a visual example here. I've done this so much that I'm actually gonna do. I'm gonna get its own little thing here. Oh, hold on. Sorry, y'all. While we're figuring this out, put it on this one. We're looking at frequency, size of different wave frequencies. Is there an image, like a visual image? Cool. These are examples that I care for. I want a simplified version. These are a little okay, this is actually a really good one. Holy crap. Yeah, this is great. This is dope. I feel like I'm killing the word dope.
Nah.
Whoever made this is a great chart, but whoever made this, it's like my eyes are gonna bleed. like this is bad. But let's download it anyway. Let's see. Let's bring this up in another instance of Paint. I'll save. Gotta love having 2 months. It's the crap out of what else. Okay. Let's save this frequency. And then I think I want JPEG. I do want. Okay, this will work. No. Different thingamabob. Let's see. Oh, I think this is just okay. Sorry, y'all. These are things I want to do for the sake of the future of teaching these things. I should have just duplicated this. Let's duplicate this. We are about education on this channel, not min-maxing views, although I still do that. All right. Let's see. And then I'm gonna put in media source. Nope. Say source. There we go. I'm excited about this, though. This is something I've wanted to cover in detail for a bit now. We'll put it right. Okay, so this is why putting the tongue forward like this is understandable, like why it does what it does. Hold on. Oops. There we go. Okay, that's what I was looking for. So, right, we start to get into very, very granular sizes as the frequencies get larger. So, or as the frequencies get smaller. So by putting the tongue upward and back like this, where it's like this, the frequencies that are of a smaller size are going to be bounce back into the throat, right? So that's why we're seeing less frequencies in the tongue being upward, less higher frequencies. And you can kind of see, though, there's some interesting effects, right? So you get clearly more resonance here, and you can see the gap here. So at a certain point, the wavelength of these frequencies are high enough to where the tongue does not block them and they go through the tongue, right? But you can see how different and how more intense these specific frequencies go, right? And this is the reason why these and this are kind of highlighted is because these are let me see the frequency range, but I'm going to presume that these are overtones of one another, which it looks like that's the case. So yeah, anyway, like totally cool. Really interesting to think of sounds in this way. So let's get to the next one. I'm in love with this shit. Like, this is just one of those examples where I think human beings are fucking amazing. Like, who thinks of this shit? I don't know. But y'all did, so. Oops. We're doing it off of a media player, which apparently doesn't exist anymore. Hold on. Let me get the
Hello
chat
guys,
as
Mike
well.
here. But if I put it down, it will sound so. The next one is a really short explanation on how you can do pitches with inward bass. It basically works the next way. If you do a faster vibration, that will mean you're doing a higher note. But if you do a slower vibration, that means you're doing a lower pitch. So for example, faster is and slower is. So by putting in a bit, it will probably sound like.
This is
basically.
This is pretty nutty, man. All right, so that's the first video, which was 2 minutes, and of course I made it way longer than 2 minutes because I have no idea what being concise is, and I love to hear myself talk. Okay. So for those who don't know, the way that sound is formed is that there will be something that so let's just say that air particles are like this, right? And so what happens is that the movement of a thing ends up pushing and pulling and changing air particles. And so the slower and larger the movement is, you're going to get a longer wave, right? So because that is how the pushing and pulling ends up happening at that frequency range, right? You need a certain amount of pushing and pulling of air particles based on like the movement of your folds. The resonance like creates more things that would destabilize air particles, and by doing that within kind of this frequency range right here, you're creating an audible noise, right? So that ends up being this, basically. So when you do that lower and it's slower and more powerful movement, like a bass or like, inhale bass like we're talking about right now. And then this would be a faster oscillation. And so the vocal folds oscillate like this. And if they're at 440 hertz in A4, what you'll get is like 440 hertz. So that has a specific wavelength to it. So what this is it's a bunch of manipulation to achieve that. And what's super cool is that you can do these sub bass frequencies with the human face hole. And that's kind of incredible. So that's what he's talking about with, if the oscillation is slower, you will get bigger waves. If it's faster, you get faster frequencies. So in the example that we said, A4 is 440 hertz, A3 is 220 hertz. And those, again, have specific wavelengths. Eventually, I want to talk about this waveform, because this is also crazy. So I might get that into Audacity for like a more clear image, though. Sorry, I need to get back to chat. It's been a hot minute. My bad, chat. Okay. Yeah, throat bass is tightening. Yeah, the false folds come together, and it seems like on inhale bass the opposite is true. There is because I don't use my voice to do inward bass. You gotta give me bass lessons. Yeah, these are really sick, man. Put some vocalized inward through. Maybe. But for now, not now. I think that was the end of that one. Yeah. Where?
I mean, there is high vocalized
Hello, guys.
inward.
Yeah, but like specifically on that track, I think that was it.
If you do a slower vibration,
yeah. Okay, yeah. So the next file is the high pitched one, and then we'll get into your sweet 3 beats. That's how we do here. This should be done. Yes, it is done. Okay.
all right. The next inward bass variation is a high inward bass, high pitch inward bass with voice. So it's basically doing a voice, like an inward voice with inward bass. So the voice will be like,
ooh, okay.
That's an inward voice. But if you put inward bass on it, it will sound.
That's pretty awesome. That's yeah, that's pretty sick. This is this is nutty. Let's take a look at this. I'm super excited to take a look at this. This is vocalized, which is super cool, and we'll talk about more about this. But
all right, is high pitch. So like an inward voice with inward bass. So the voice will be like, that's an inward voice. But if you put inward bass on it, it will sound. It's not really clean, as you can hear.
that sounds.
But
clean,
like,
man.
I almost.
I mean, it sounds.
Or like, I get the bass.
Like nasty, but in a good way. Okay. So this was the vocalizing. It's interesting to see where air is leaking versus where it's not. I'm not going to comment on that because I don't know enough about how that happens. I have my thoughts on it, but I'm sure someone smarter than me has figured that one out. Now this is the combination of the two. Oops. My face, it's right in the way. She's going for a ride. Okay. Trying to like match up where this is happening. It's like I have a piss poor way to do it. Like the variance between the human error here is kind of massive. But this is super interesting. Let's see where the air is leaking. You're actually getting. Yeah, I think you're getting. I need to take a ruler to this. Oh, I know how to do this. I know how to do this. We got high level MS Paint skills, y'all. This is how we do it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Come on, Lions. Come on, Lions. You got it. Sweet. So I think what's happening is that where the air is leaking, we actually have a higher volume at that range, which is super interesting. I can theorize why, but I'd much rather reach out to someone who knows way more than me. And I know as a voice and speech pathologist, I need to like just have the means to pay them. But this is like really cool stuff. Like I'm saving all of this, and I have the sounds on a G drive. I can't thank you enough, Mike. This is Mike. Beatboxing. Let's get into another sound here.
Big version of it. It's just basically that, putting a inward voice over it. Then is a beatboxer who use normally the inward voice. So like. Yeah, that's a really bad version of it, but like you get the idea. So you just basically combine two sounds just to make one.
That's legit. All right. Let's get to his beats, and then we'll get into some other people's.
All right. The next one, it's just a beat from me. So you guys can hear how I use inward bass and how I like to use it. So I hope you guys enjoy it. Yeah.
Holy shit. This one in particular is super nutty. All right, I need a better way to. I think what I might do is I might attach my foot pedal specifically to the first computer so that I have access to stop and start recording without changing. I have a USB switcher, so that's how I do this. And I need more options. But can you close the door? Okay. There's this one super low one I want to find again. This is absolutely disgusting. This like little growl here that's so low. What is that sound? That is bonkers. Hold on, let me check if I still have. Yeah, okay. This is nutty, man. Thank you. Yeah. What is that sound? That's super low one.
Hey, Mike, is that swallow bass or?
Yeah, that's closed mouth. TKS, I think. Okay. That's like it's like a weird like gargly sound. Hold on. Connected. I clickbaited you once. Did I clickbait you or did I make a mistake? Because I've done both. A lot. So like, you know, I've clickbaited more than just you. It's like YouTubers got a YouTube, but yeah, it's you only learn what works and what doesn't if you try the extremes. But yeah, sometimes I've just made like a mistake about mislabeling shit. So sorry, I cut you off at close. What were you saying?
You said closed mouth TKs. I don't get how closed mouth TKs can be that low.
Yeah.
I mean, it's sort of like,
Yeah. No, I'm not. Listen.
it's like a kind of sounds like a throat kick, but like rapid throat kicks, but
Yeah, I mean that you don't know
no,
is
no,
I think is telling. That it's some sort of chicanery. To answer you, connected.
I've just never really heard someone use
Yeah,
it.
so that was a mistake. That wasn't clickbait. But yeah, no, that was definitely an oopsies. I'm trying to organize everything a little bit more, so that that doesn't happen. Speaking of which, I should organize these files now. This is a lot. I'm gonna mute
Okay.
desktop audio for a second, because I didn't organize all this shit. Sorry, y'all. I got a new system. That's the one I want to keep. That's definitely the one I want to keep. So this one was this, okay, cool. I have it really sucks when I forget to do this stuff. Sorry, y'all. I know it takes a while. And then, oh, gotta change that one to MP4 file. In the meantime, chat away so I can get to y'all. Movie, and then I mean,
well known when it comes to closed mouth TKs.
yeah, I mean, like I think the moral of the story is we're all about that bass. How about that for an old reference?
No trouble.
That would be a really cool. I want to hear a beatboxer do that.
Oh, rebel.
Yeah, like that would actually be super sick.
How about that beat?
All right, we're converting all the frames now, so that'll be done soon. It becomes personal when Shazam and Sin, like, probably not a good idea to talk about it as a person. Okay.
Basses are just my favorite to do, just because, I mean, I'm also sort of like, I love having a gigantic larynx and Adam's apple, because it means I can hit low frequencies, and I just love the way it feels, just the vibrations, and especially
this
with like
tinfoil?
basses,
Like,
it's just so fun to do. It feels so cool.
all right.
The simple things in life.
Yeah.
I like doing inward bass because it feels cool on my throat.
I mean, I think that's just about as good a reason as any. Okay, we're almost done. Last one will be, I need, jeez.
I have a
don't
watch
know.
together, ordered.
Yeah, I need to get a screenshot for the Sin, Shazam, Sin, wonder if there's any assets that they have already. I'm probably gonna get so much fucking shit for this video. But it's okay.
It's a battle, bro.
Let's see.
I mean, I saw a video by, like, I think it's like Just Two Guys or something. Anyone know what the people are called? It's these two guys that react to Beatbox. They did a video on it, and it was pretty.
I mean,
It went over pretty well.
yeah. Oop. And then click off red and green. So I'm gonna use it for the stream anyway. And then window capture. Make this one. All right. No, that is not the one, because that is. There we go. Okay.
Simply two dudes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. That'll be the thumbnail for that. Okay. All right. We're almost done. Almost done with all the thumbnail shenanigans. Okay. Queens. For the file. Cool. All right. Gotta love all this shit. That again. I have, so the change I've made is that actually, let me do a shout out real quick to Mike. Make sure that that's actually there, because that was a lot of work, Mike. I appreciate you. All right.
Yeah, you definitely over delivered.
Yeah.
I just asked him if he could sample a bit of like some inward bass variations, and he sent back minutes basically like, oh, this is this sound, and
Yo, what's up, guys?
Man, that's a lot of work.
Yeah, this is pretty nutty. Help me get you on screen, my dude. This I like because it's a lot more positive than the shit we were talking about.
Couple things about Mike is that he only recently like started adding inward bass into his routines. He was more like a technical beatboxer, so he's sort of actually just experimenting with how to use that in beats. And so like for just recently is like having worked on it, it's got a really great texture to it, I think.
Yeah. So this is just, you got to follow Mike. 1,000 subscribers. It's criminal. His videos have only 10,000 views. This man is legit. Where is it? Where is it? There we go. I know how to camera. I know how to YouTube. I'm good at this. There's Mike. Boom. It's got the little dashes. Can't miss him. Watch that not be his channel.
Nah, it is.
It is. It is. All right. Oh, weird. That's what's happening now. It's like Inception or some shit. All right. We're doing okay. We're doing okay. Now I have to move all that shit after I take a screenshot.
One more thing about Mike.
I'm wondering if this is not. I don't think this is an ideal. This is I kind of don't want the coach thing. I wonder if I still have some of the other ones. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. Yep. A little bit more. I do. Sweet. Let's get rid of the coach thing so this can out. And then I'll do an leaf window and look at Estel. Still up, I presume. Yes, it is. Oh yeah, sorry, you're totally right. My bad. And this is why honest mistakes happen, because I'm fucking bad. Inhale or inward. Fortunately, that is actually not what we got. Do I have anything? Okay, that'll be the window I capture there, because that's actually throat bass. Or inward bass. Jeez, man. I'm batting 1,000 today. Oh, it's because, hold on. It's because I switched scenes. Let me add, there we go. Okay, that should fix that.
Hello.
Yeah, you're probably audible now. Interesting that I have the red dot there. Why? Okay, it looks like I have to switch scenes. And then I'm gonna be mad if I have to print screen. This is obnoxious. I have to print screen. Sorry, y'all. I'll do this like while the things are going on. Next time. This is a new system for me. All right. Okay. This is actually not at all what I thought this was going to look like. Ruin it. What I thought. Now this is actually not at all what I thought this was going to look like.
He don't know walled me anyways, so.
What's that? I'm not sure. We'll have to go through a couple more samples. Oh, this looks like it just got hard cut off.
You know that emote. Right.
But like his consonants, you can old man.
I just
anything that's hip with the kids.
I knew some Twitch stuff, so vernacular.
I think the thing I know is poggers. I don't know what that means though. To be honest with you, like I know there's no cap, which I'm proud of myself. Is I know what that is now. Where's the screen?
I was just saying about Mike is that he can do polyphonic, but the only way he can get it like clean and consistent is if he does it directly after he does inward bass.
Interesting.
Which I found really interesting.
Oh, that is mine. Fuck. There we go. A bigger one. Yeah, that's fine. And then. Oh. Like I said, y'all, this will get faster over time. No, not what I wanted. All right, well, now I have to look for frequency size again. Oops. Not what I wanted. Here. Card. Okay. Throw it in there. Yeah, this is how I'm going to avoid the mistake where I said that the Warlet video was D-Lo. So okay. Now we have a thumbnail. We're so good. We're so good at what we do here. That took what, 10 minutes to do my job? All right. That is okay. All right. No. Oop. There we go. And now for what everybody was probably waiting for, the react. Let's see, boosh. Right?
Boosh.
Yeah, boosh. What were we going for? Was they watch together, right? That's what we're doing now?
Oh yeah, I'll send you a link.
Sweet. Sorry for the wait, y'all. That's kind of super boring thing, but this is how I do. Like I said, it'll get faster over time. It's me, I have my files.
Bam. Bam. Shablam.
I need a
There you
better
go.
thumbnail for Sin and
Know how to download thumbnails because you can just look at
was
their
it?
most recent on Sin's channel. Their most recent video on it. You could just screenshot or like
That's fair.
download the
That's fair.
thing on that.
I need like a serious video PNG of me anyway, so that would work. So all right. Oops.
It's too late. I can see Joe's your face.
Wait, sorry. Are we starting?
Oh yeah, I was starting. We can hold on. We can go back.
Oh.
We can go back. That's fine.
Shit.
That's fine.
I-
Sorry. By the way, I don't know
Apparently
if
I
you've
said-
heard.
now.
Yeah. No, it's fine. I just cut it off and deleted the thing. You can start in the beginning.
No, Orange said apparently I sound weird now.
I fixed that. It was desktop audio was on twice, so that was the issue. But I fixed it.
Okay.
So it's probably good that we're starting over anyway.
Yep, fair enough.
We can... Okay, yeah, that was because I was changing scene. Video on Shazam, honestly, I wouldn't touch it because I didn't touch on the issue well. But I didn't raise many points because it took forever. I don't know, like, I shouldn't if I want things to be safe and easy, but I personally feel like Shazam and Sin are getting way too much shit over this. And I need to think about whether or not that video will be any value add, but I have it in case I do think that it is. And I'll talk about that more not on stream. Just we covered it, I think, as much as I want to. It's like the Will Smith slap thing. Like, can we 85 million views on ABC, and then my favorite is like Chris Rock breaks the silence, and it's just like it's him saying I'm still processing this, and then they made a 2-minute video about that. So like I don't want to do that shit, but I also like I want people to understand like how difficult events are and how little money is in it, generally speaking, because they don't have sponsors, so they basically make fuck all.
My main problem was that David was just sort of like disparaging on like just like little information. It was kind of
There's not enough
assumptions and stuff.
Yeah.
So
I'll think about it. Whether or
I'm
not I'll
sure
post it.
it was all with good intention. And
I'm sure,
it was
yeah.
just an emotional thing where he just wanted to protect everyone, but
Yeah.
it was a bit.
And it's hard to not get emotional over it. So just to extend that olive branch. But anyway. You ready?
I am.
All right.
Reckless.
It's too late. I can see Joe's your face. But get out my face. I'ma show you who's a disgrace.
the way that he's going in between what, like, I imagine I'm hip. Some of this is vibration bass. Am I wrong here?
Yes.
Okay, sweet. I'm improving.
You can really hear it in the beginning where he's switching from just like a to the vibration.
So what I find interesting here is the way he's flipping between vibration and kind of like a more singing thing. So it's interesting that this is something I cover a lot and talk about a lot with beatboxers. This, oops, that's the wrong one. There we go. When you sing and you have your false folds together, you're gonna get a sound like this, which is that kind of like, I don't practice that anywhere near enough, but that's like, that's the sound you're gonna get when you do that. So it's interesting to me. This ends up being a problem for most beatboxers. This ends up becoming an obstacle, but it's not for him. So what's going on here? Folds. There we go. What's going on here is that the false folds, which are kind of like over here, are little ligaments. They're very tough. So you adduct them, which is to say you bring them together, and they exist over the vocal folds. So when you bring the false folds together like that, that's how you get these really rough sounds without damaging yourself. Right, all that stuff. But it makes singing really, 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 really inefficient. So it's not impossible, nor is it bad to have your false folds adducted when you're singing, but it is way more difficult. So if you're doing like birds flying high, right? Like boom. That's way easier with the false fold retraction. But that's not what he's doing. And again, I'm not saying this is bad. Oh, a little too much red mark there, right? So I'm not saying this is bad. I'm saying that he has to make adjustments to make it work. So the adjustment has to be that he uses extremely, extremely, extremely little air. And that can be done a couple different ways, but I'd like to see more to kind of better understand how he does that. So.
There's the T case.
Yeah.
Closed mouth T case.
Wow. That's super, super, super technical. Oh, this is going to be the drop.
That niggas don't talk. Oh.
Dang, there's a lot that's really technical here.
Jojo vape.
Ooh, wow.
Okay.
Yeah, I like that melody.
Yeah. How is he doing that? How's what?
That's like a open mouth swallow bass, like an outward swallow bass.
It's like he was doing inward
William,
bass and
feel like the
snoring
periodic
at the
table,
same
Cause I always
time.
got you in a
It's I love his scratches.
Yeah, they're super good.
Yeah. It's too late.
That's so cool. Let's go back to that.
Yeah.
Because this is super cool, very technical.
Interestingly enough, I'm iffy on it.
You're iffy on it. Interesting.
Yeah, just because it's so long and I feel like kind of repetitive, and I feel like it could have been like ultimately this is I don't know, it's hard. It's a battle round, but it's also just trying to make the best musical piece. I feel like it maybe was a bit too long.
I see what you're saying. It is definitely longer than we traditionally expect from such a thing. I'm not sure. I don't think it's bad to experiment with the format. So I need to think about that more on that. But I do want to talk about a lot of the technical vocal stuff, just straight up like singing stuff. So yeah. That's false fold contraction there. And the only way you can do that, and he's not going super high with it, which would be a terrible idea for the most part. The only people I hear going super high with false fold contraction or deduction would be gospel singers doing like crazy stuff. But that's not what's happening here. This is just, hey, I'm talking like this. I have, like, if you kind of hold your breath a little bit and then loosen that up and then kind of sing like that, that's what's going on. And it would be one thing if that's all he was doing, because all the other techniques that he's doing involve that, like, right? That involves, and same with vibration bass, that involves the false folds. But what I thought was interesting is that he actually does get some retraction near the end here. Let's find this.
Yeah.
falsetto bit. So this is a little bit of falsetto. And then he's retracting the false folds a little bit. This is more like speech level. That. It's a very clean sound. It's not like right? That would be more of like what it sounds like when there's full retraction. Or mostly full retraction. But there's more here too.
Or more breathy, like
Yeah, those are also but those are like, I hesitate to call them singing as much as I would call them like noises. And that's not like, that's me probably being stodgy and like not trying to mess up how I frame things. So I'll have to think about that one. It's an inhale sound, right? Like kind of more like a flute in that, like almost like a bottle kind of thing. But I have to think about this. Let's see, there is a part where he's just straight up singing.
I feel like the periodic.
I love the panning on the scratches.
Yeah, yeah. There was straight up singing. I forget where it is.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like I'm just got the point across.
Do you want to touch on that? You said it was like he's snoring and doing inward bass like at the same time.
Yeah, this is bonkers.
About that bit.
Yeah. That's already before.
Ilya.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
This
So
is-
it's basically a squelching of the soft palate.
Okay, I can see how that works. That's why I thought it sounded like snoring a little bit. But what's crazy to me, just from a musical perspective, is how he's maintaining triplets. Like what he's doing with that snort sound is like, it's very much like this on crack. Like it's preposterously difficult if you don't practice that stuff a lot. Yeah, no, musically that's disgusting. That's really, really, really cool. It's like triplets or syncopation, but the two different kind of beat patterns going on.
I like the little moments of silence.
Yeah,
Really
yeah.
adds bounce.
Yeah, 100%. And that is a cool thing too. The mixing on this is genius. I mean, like, I'm so glad amazing artists like this have editors for both audio and video. Asking such focused artists to learn the skill set of video editing and audio editing to this degree would dilute and distract someone who's such a specialist. And I think people want Inertia to be a specialist, right? Like that's what we want from him because he's so good. So that shout out to the editors. Yeah, anyway. All right, let's get a thumbnail for this. Go for it.
Something interesting is that the tensioning of the false folds without activating throat bass that you were talking about his singing. That's what's used in NL bass to its first subharmonic of the vocal cords with that added on top of it to get a bit more of an electric robot-y sound.
Sorry, 1 second. I'm just gonna do the thumbnail. Yeah. By the way, I'm so sorry if I'm like slow today. I slept like absolute shit. Like I hate making excuses. But you know.
Yeah, I was up late last night filming something that I will release soon. But yeah, luckily I have Adderall.
Huh. Yeah, no,
So
me on Adderall is not something anyone wants to see. It is I want a good picture of him. But like something that looks like snaky. That'll work. Kind of a smiles tend to do better, which is interesting.
Look at those pearly whites.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like actually like I know this is such a weird compliment. He's got great teeth. Like it's such a weird thing to bring up, but it's the truth. Man has really nice chompers.
I feel like it's also really great, like contrast wise, when there's like a black guy or black woman, when they have really nice, white teeth. It's like, damn, that stands out.
Yeah. Let's see. Huh. It's all I can think of to write in the thumbnail is those teeth, though. But that's not what we're doing. We're not gonna do that.
Those teeth. Those teeth, though. Hey.
Yeah, those chompers.
Let me have a look at them chompers. Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen heliums yet, but that seems pretty. I don't know. It was a bit disappointing for me. I think it's definitely one of those ones where you're like, it's not one of those ones you watch and is like, oh, that's going to be really hard to beat. It's like that's definitely beatable, I think.
Only because I think only because of the length of time. I think from his perspective, I actually think it's a really good idea to experiment that way. Like he didn't do a lot of different shit. What he did do, God, it's gonna work. I need to reduce the size of this. What I think he did that did work was that he was playing with, he wasn't adding new ideas, he was playing with the same ideas, which I think is a really good idea musically, so it's not just like kind of all over the place. I think a variation on, like, the way you would define this like classically is this would be a variation on A. So he has the same idea over and over and over again, and it's just just slightly varied. I think we talked about that last time with
Yeah.
Mozart stuff. So it's a good idea for him, I think, to do something like that. And I think
I also love that with this format that you're allowed to do any length of video. Like you could do a 1 minute routine or like a 10 minute, and it's like you just need to figure out what would be the best. It's there's no restrictions in that.
Just I can't. It's a weird critique. Like I understand what you're saying. It's a weird critique to discuss like the length of time being something that's kind of a negative. Because I don't know how I'd have to think about that. That sound was pig bass. Other sounds.
Yeah, that was just the squelching I was talking about.
at the moment. You see the comment section full as well. Sorry, I'm just catching up with everybody.
Yeah.
You're gonna make me write an essay, maybe on Discord. If you feel so inclined, Ryan, I definitely would I would definitely read it. But yeah, man, I'm kind of like I'm kind of lost for words. Is like what.
What?
I think oops. There we go. Okay, sorry, the double desktop audio. It's just I think the length of time. The only thing wrong with it is the variations on A. Because like inherently, and this might get me some shit. But I think inherently there's only so much you can do with an idea when you're beatboxing. Like the limitations are quite severe, but I say that and then I listen to
Yeah, I mean,
Gene.
it depends on how many sounds you have in your arsenal and just how practiced you are with different rhythms and stuff.
Well, I don't think he lacks for. I don't think his sound bank is small, or that's the issue. I think that song structure is probably where I think if someone it loses interest due to the length of the video or the routine, I think it has to do with the song structure, because he threw in the kitchen sink when it came to sound bank, which is his job, right? It's a battle, so that's fine there. But like if you go listen to like Gene's stuff, it's got like verse, chorus, bridge, chorus, or some variation.
And by the end, you're like, I don't want it to end.
Exactly. So I don't think the idea of variations on A is necessarily bad, and I actually think something like this is like if I were to practice a lot, I think variations on A is amazing practice because you're taking one idea and then doing it a ton of different ways. And I think it probably is one of the better things to like sit down and look at from a music perspective, because I think it's easier to pick out the changes and what you can do with that. But as far as like a 5 minutes of listening, it's certainly impressive. Like all boxes checked. But it's not what I personally would choose to listen to for like I go back and listen to Gene Shinazaki's Home a lot. I don't know if I would go back and necessarily go through this as a listen unless I was looking for the hyper technical stuff, which is totally worthwhile if you want to be a technical beatboxer, because there's a lot here. But yeah, anyway.
We want to move on to Helium's
Yes.
counter, or I mean, it's not really, because they both didn't know what the other person's round was, but his battle round.
Yeah. That is that. All right. Should have made decaf. I need to like. I hate.
That's got to be cold. He's in Russia in nighttime. I don't know.
Nighttime snowy Russia. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's safe to say that this is a pretty manly video. Anyway.
Yes.
I'm ready. You ready?
I am ready.
okay drum and bass.
I love that zipper he does.
Yeah.
So many different layers of frequencies.
See, this is a bridge. This I like.
Yeah.
Let's depose the king.
What?
Okay, so it's coming back to reverse, basically.
Go drum and bass.
Oh, that snare.
Yeah,
Oh, he's literally just a human drum kit.
yeah.
Let's depose the king.
Bit of a harsh transition there.
Go drum and bass.
Oh, this is radically different.
Nice poly.
Whoa!
He's doing
This
a
guy
great job at
has
drawing
like,
attention to specific sounds.
yeah, he's got a machine gun mouth. Oh, that's so cool.
Tell me when you're going, I'll be on the way.
Let's go, fighting games. Come on, FGC.
Now he's doing a cover of him.
Oh, okay.
Well, I mean, a cover of Inertia.
Yeah.
Lil Nas X.
Yeah.
Let's depose the king.
Oh my god.
Oh, this is nutty.
Oh.
That's pretty sick. I love the FGC reference. This is where I gotta play Evo Moment 37. Forget. Justin Wong, Daigo Perry. I don't know if you all have seen this. This is the sickest thing in fighting game history. This is so nutty. Yeah, Evo Moment 37. My brother could have been here. He was in town, and his friend was there while he was on the phone.
Justin's turtle style. Overcome Rao. Now on the verge of putting Daigo down. 1-0.
Okay. This is just I have to put this full screen just for the FGC kind of like moment in that that moment in the video. Oh, I made this way too big. Forgot what I was like zooming in for this stupid thing. Okay. Wow, so big. Whew, all right. That took way too long. So yeah, the health bar thing reminds me of this, which is super sick. This is Daigo's full parry. That's so disgusting. So that's what that reminded me of. If anyone cares to know what that is, Chun-Li's super. So in this game, if Daigo, who's playing Ken, blocks, he's dead. It's chip damage, so he has like a pixel of health left, so he can't take any damage. So he can't block Chun-Li's super. So all of these parries have to happen within about 2 frames, right? And keep in mind, that's like if you're going 30 frames a second in a game, like that's like a matter of milliseconds. So he has to predict. You cannot react within 2 frames, so you have to perfectly read when the player's going to use Chun-Li's ult. So he reads Daigo, or Daigo reads Justin Wong, because you can't preload a parry. While this animation is going on, you can't load anything. So we had to anticipate this. And then the rest is like a specific rhythm. It's the sickest thing in fighting games. It's so hard to do that. It's, oh my god. They even tried to recreate it later, and his success rate was actually quite low. And Daigo's like the best fighting game player of all time. Probably no one cares about this, but I love that moment. It is one of my favorite. So yeah. Anyway. That's my esports gush. I need a thumbnail for this one. Let me catch up with chat first.
About the inertia's high inward bass, it's interesting, I feel, because his inward bass
Sorry, I'm just looking for a good shot. Is there a better one? Yeah, this is good. Thought about doing like a cover of Home, something like that. But I need like multiple layers. I can't just do it. Like that's not something you can just do. Like the level of ability you need to pull that shit off is complete madness.
voice is not transmitting.
Yes, I just fixed that. It's just whenever I need to bring out the desktop audio in the in the scene that I'm in, because I changed scenes.
Yeah.
We gotta put some ones in this. This is important in my life. This is too big. That's what she said. Yikes. There we go. Okay. Yep, I have everything I need. All right, let's talk about
We're just
some of this.
getting to the next video.
Well, do we want to talk about anything or cover anything?
Yeah.
For this one. Hold on. We can just make it a straight react. That's fine. But
No, yeah, go.
Okay.
Keep going. You're at counter. Something he does.
So it's actually worth mentioning. And I think this is more impressive to me than like pure perfection. His pitch is sometimes just a matter of cents off, and then he fixes it. So that's impressive to me. Just for context, Heifetz, like one of the greatest violinists of all time. He was asked like, how is your intonation so good? How are you so able to stay on pitch? And he said, I don't. Just really good at fixing it, right? So I respect the shit out of that because it means he has really good ears. And it also helps that he has headphones in for that.
I've never seen that with the finger.
What's that?
I've never seen that with the finger over the lips.
Oh my god, I didn't even notice that. Wow. You're right, that's super cool. Wow. How did I miss that? That's amazing.
I don't know. I guess you just weren't looking at the screen.
I was listening for the sounds. I wasn't necessarily looking, but yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense. It's just like,
Yeah.
I wouldn't have figured that to do that. That's a lot of what I love about like beatboxing. I've been critical about sound banking, but this is one of the rewards of doing it, is like you get to do super creative things like this. His internal metronome is bonkers. Both of them. Like, yeah, I don't know. Like, they don't need a click track. That's insane. Anyway. All right. We can go to the next one.
I want to touch on his inward.
Sure.
Let me find it. Is it playing on your end?
It is not.
Okay, can you play it? It's just not working for me.
Sure.
At like 340.
Let me see right now if I... Sure. Okay. All right. You were what happened?
Huh?
Okay. Yeah. I think. Can you try moving it now? There we go. Yeah. Now it's working.
Well, yeah, but I can't. Oh, I can't play it. Whenever I play it, it starts for a second and then just.
Are you clicking on it, or are you clicking on the button on the bottom left? You have to use the bottom left button for whatever reason.
That would explain it.
Let's depose the king.
Oh my.
That's naughty. I don't even know what that is. I don't know. I thought you knew. I don't know what's going on.
I mean I know, but just the sound he's able to get, his inward is unlike anything I've ever heard before.
Yeah.
It's just got this certain texture to it, and how low he can get is just insane.
Yeah.
And then when he layers the high frequencies over that,
it's a legit wall of sound.
yeah.
Yeah, it's incredible. Let me check out my clip here. I thought you knew. I don't know what's going on.
I mean,
okay. I'm gonna increase the length maybe a little bit. No, that's good. So I developed I'm really proud of this. I developed a system where I clip moments of like what the hell with OBS's replay capture, and then my Python script looks for the latest file with replay in front of it in terms of the words, because that's how it comes out. It spits out its replay, then timestamp. So it looks for replay, and then it takes the most recent one and puts that in front of all of the other recorded pieces that I have, and then puts it all together. And I'm proud of this basic file manipulation in Python, but I don't know. I'm proud of it. It took me years to be able to do that basic shit, but it's fun. Anyway. What's the haps here? File not found. Why? Could be that it was just too fast. Run that again. Yeah, okay, it was just too fast. I have to add a longer wait period in the script, which is like the most janky way to solve that problem, but it works. Check where we're at here, because it might have gone to a different folder. That looks good. Yeah, okay, that looks good. Sweet. All right, let me catch up with chat here. Yeah, the Eclipse thing should be fixed. Why do you describe yourself as an opera singer? You're an amateur beatboxer.
It was more of a rhetorical, like, jokey thing.
Yeah.
Don't
You lose focus when you lean to your left. I mean, I've also like slept like shit. Well, I think likes to cut your senses. More that like I change what I do, and I change my setup like all the time. So
is it that he loses focus when he leans left, or is it that when he loses focus he leans left?
Yeah. I mean, I could also just be thinking. But yeah. You can be both an amateur beatboxer and an opera singer. I don't know. But yeah, no, the Eclipse thing is funny because I have all of these different scenes where I just take thumbnails, and I had desktop audio muted on each one. So that's why that happened. And then for some reason, this ends up becoming unmuted for whatever reason, this desktop audio source. So that's why you sound like you're two people at once, which I don't know what shouldn't. Oh, now I know why. Okay, yeah. I have to turn it on when I do this. Whereas if I turn it off, so I have to create a new audio source. Which is good to know. Oh, audio input capture. Create new, specific.
Oh, the camera loses focus.
Oh, yeah, no, true. Yes.
That makes more. That
yes.
makes sense.
No, that absolutely makes sense. Yeah. Oh, that's an input. What is this? Fuck, man. I'm sorry. I'm like fucking out of it today, which is not fun. But we will continue regardless. Is worthwhile. Okay, audio output capture. Let's see. Should have nested. It should just be a scene, but it's not. So weird, it's one source. Okay, whatever. I'll just source. I don't know what's going on. We're just gonna fix it real quick. All right. Can you test for a second?
La la la. I'm testing.
All right. That should work. Yeah, that should work. Okay, cool. And then I can turn all these back on so that there's no cutting out for you.
Yes.
Huh. Make sure this is all desktop.
Oh.
Yeah, okay, never mind. Okay, got the right one. Sweet. That should fix that. Okay, let me catch up with chat and then we're good. Is it a regular webcam? This is a is it a mirrorless or DSLR? I don't know. Sony A5100. Usually it doesn't lose focus, but I had a power outage, so all the settings didn't save. But like, I think what ends up happening specifically is when I zoom in, like if I'm like this, I don't know. It's usually really good about autofocusing. Like right now, I can't even mimic the problem. Can't recreate it, and I'm doing my boxing, like bad boxing head movement. So it's tracking fine there. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with it. But yeah, usually it doesn't have this issue. Sorry, I'm going on quite a bit these days.
Yeah, we are like 2.5 hours in. We've only got a few videos.
Yeah, I know. That's my bad. I have yeah, I have 5 videos. Let's do it. All right. You ready?
Yes.
Okay.
This might sound reminiscent of something you heard earlier today.
This beat is just reckless. I drop it, you're breathless. This beat is just reckless. I drop it, you're breathless. I'm reckless.
Oh man,
Creative.
that is bonkers.
Yeah, so that's remix for you.
That's a banger. There's certain things I think again. So this is like super popular in beatboxing. I hear it everywhere. Almost in every routine. Is this. Find it. This really. So it's this like speech thing right here. Right.
Right.
This beat is just reckless. I drop it, you're breathless.
So that's if you just hold your breath and then loosen up a little bit, and then you talk like this, and then you have that really raspy sound, and obviously he's like using like different resonance and stuff like that. He's getting up close to the mic for the proximity effect, boosting the lows, and there's some other things he's doing with his vowels. This is not a flattering shot to stop in. But what's interesting here is that he's actually kind of like moving the false folds kind of in and out a little bit to get a little bit of a different sound.
I drop it, you're breathless. Beat is just reckless.
So it like, I don't know, it's subtle, but if you hear it, like
This beat is just reckless.
Yeah, the second part of that, the false folds are a little closer. Not sure if that's intentional, but if it is, that's pretty cool. But this is as cool as that sound is, and as popular as that sound is right now. It makes singing way harder. So I don't think like it's bad for that reason. I just think it's probably a good idea to have like a control over the range of motion of the false folds, like, you know, in its entirety, farther, you know, the words. You get it.
The sort of like Jayton voice that I'm gonna call it. He's a beatboxer that uses the sound. It's, I mean, used a lot with remix and inertia, specifically because the vibration bass requires that sort of tightness, and so to switch directly from to the vibration bass just makes sense to sing in that.
Yeah, no, it's easier, and it's a choice, right? Like, it depends entirely what you want to do. So I'm not ridiculing that choice. Like, I don't practice this because I sing opera, right? It's like this is the antithesis of what opera is, what opera does. So like, it's a choice. It's just interesting when, and I think kind of cool when people can do both.
I think it's one of those that it's kind of hard to make it sound good, just because it does sort of sound like just the tightness is like you're on the toilet or something grunting. So it's kind of hard to make it musically appealing, which is
so that's not, I mean, you just have to look at a different genre though. If you look at gospel music, like, or blues, like lie to me, right? Like, there are moments where it is there. I just think that it's like there's an aesthetic right now where that, what we're hearing from him, is prevalent. I don't think that's a bad thing, right? Like, so it's just interesting to point out. So that one, if anyone wants to do it, that's how you do it.
Maybe that's just a subjective bias.
Totally,
then that I yeah.
You know, I'm used to be like,
that sound
chestnuts roasting on an open fire. Right. So like, go from that. Try to make that beatboxing. I mean, like Gene, I'm sure Gene can do it, but like, you know, that's because he's better than me. It just makes some sort of crazy arpeggio about it, and then it's amazing. But yeah. Anyway, I thought that was just kind of cool to talk about. Anyway. All right, next video. We're gonna bang these out a little bit.
Then, what?
Oh, they're actually like, oh, it's a tag team. Okay, that's cool that they.
Well, I mean,
do tag team.
It's Den's video, and he's just doing he's adding sounds on top of it to make
Gotcha.
it more sort of like complete.
I really like the idea. I forgot to get a thumb. Sorry. That'll not be too picky about it.
Is just reckless. I drop it on this beat.
I'm just gonna call it reckless. There we go.
I'm not sure if you heard me when I was saying this earlier about that sound, but that's what's used with NL's voice.
Yeah.
It's instead of, because vibration is that plus throat bass,
Yeah.
but NL's is that plus first subharmonic with the vocal cords.
That's the subharmonic stuff is something I need to like become more aware about. I have never heard of that. And that's not surprising. Academia is like, very much an ivory tower situation. So it doesn't surprise me that like I've never heard about it, but it is frustrating. It's a good example of like the limitations of a formal education. And how slow it is for academia to adopt something. Also, I think it makes sense because I didn't, my degree is in vocal performance which is basically a classical music education, period. That's what that is. So, subharmonics don't project over orchestras. There's no way it can do that. So that's where that's why I probably didn't learn about it. But I also
they're also pretty new to beatbox, and so you can often like mistake it for some sort of throat bass.
Yeah.
And so NL at first said it's like a mix of acid bass and throat bass, but then he changed his comment later and is like, okay, now I'm pretty sure it's first subharmonic. So he corrected himself.
Yeah. I mean, like, I'm glad that it's interesting because it's like the entire community is trying to figure this shit out together, which I think is super, super, super cool. There's something special about that, I think. Let me just make sure my script worked. It worked. The best. The bee's
I'm
knees.
ready when you are.
I'm ready. All right. Okay, let's do it.
What?
What?
Duck tea.
Duck team.
Ooh.
Too many times I cried.
This is so good.
Walked away. I saw it in your eyes. All the moments we had meant nothing. Find this call from me.
This is actually just like straight up pretty.
How you want to me. Why you gotta be so complicated now?
Hey.
Yeah. Oh god.
How about those hi-hat rolls?
Yeah.
So clean. Precise.
Things to deal with.
I love how much he respects the original piece and adds only what he needs.
Yeah,
to.
I have things to say about that one.
Not too much.
Yeah. There's a logic behind it.
The day you walked away, I saw it in your eyes. All the moments we had meant nothing.
That's exceptional.
moments we had meant nothing. Too many.
Like,
Oh, his clicks.
yeah, it's just like, I think this is the future of beatboxing, because like
Yes!
like you can just do so much more when you can do this. Like, so okay, I'm gonna quote Larry Graham here. If you don't know who he is, let me just bring Larry Graham up. Second. How? Actually, he has like an instructional, which is really funny. So this is the creator of Slap Bass. All right. So this is the originator of pop, slap and pop on bass. So he, one of the greatest things I ever heard from him was that if someone is doing something complicated, where there's a lot of notes and a lot of rhythm and all that crap, you want to simplify. And then then you can take space if they're doing something simple. Combine that with the fact that he's going high when Den is going low and vice versa. Just on that alone, you have a great arrangement. Just on that logic, let alone these really, really, really crisp harmonies.
Walked away.
So you see that? That's exactly what I'm talking about. The second Den goes low, he goes high.
The day you walked away, I saw it.
And then he's echoing the melodic motif that Den just dropped. So it's he's taking advantage of call and response here.
I saw it in your eyes. All the moments we had meant nothing.
I don't know. That's so. It's really, 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 really smart. And if you have a duo or you're looping, that you should watch and study this shit, because it's that good. Yeah. I love it. I'm gonna add this. Like this, I would listen to, just like on my treadmill that I hate going on. So I put on music, and this definitely would be something that I would just listen to casually. I think it's really, really, really cool. Let me get the chat here. That's just beautiful stuff. Sony's input
Just
you can manage
bloody
where it gets
beautiful.
focused by manipulating joystick. Small rectangle on the screen. Okay, I think I actually know what you're talking about. Also, I see when it happens. It's like it's when I do this, and it makes sense that it would blur right here, because I'm actually not I'm not part of the frame really, so it's probably going to center on something else. And so then when I come in, it's kind of blurry. If I'm there for a long time, that makes sense to me. So yeah. I wonder why does it keep focusing on it's weird that this is part of the same thing. It shouldn't be, but this is like fucking crazy. I love it. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, by the way, Mary, for pointing that out. Appreciate that. These are so good, I might actually edit them. Like beyond my Python
yeah.
script. Yeah, like Python.
Manually.
Yeah, exactly. I might actually dig into these. Because like I think that usually with my other videos, the more I edit them, the watch time goes down, which is so weird. So it's very demographic dependent. But yeah, I learned my lesson real quick with a lot of like the Beyonce videos. Most people actually just don't want editing. They want straight up what they saw. Like it's really interesting. I'd actually love to look at your watch time stats based on edits. I don't know if you have looked at that specifically.
Yeah. I haven't really been looking at that.
That's fair.
I've more been looking at just general views and subscribers.
Sure. Yeah. Real quick, I gotta grab this fucking thumbnail before I forget, and then make another like D-low, but it's more lit mistake. Yeah, this is a fine shot right here. Let's get their faces though. I also, I like his mic position is very, very, very consistent. Oops. So the last Dice video was copywritten. Is this one as well? What's that? I was asking the last Dice one we did. It was copywritten. I was wondering if that's the same here. You're cutting out, in and out. You're cutting out like every other second.
Oh. The last Dice maybe? Let me try and fix that.
You just sounded a little bit better there, so that's good.
Hello?
Okay, yeah, that's better. Well, actually, it fixed it entirely. It's not just better. If that changes it, cool. Yeah. I think I should just want it like this.
Can we react to Dice Live?
Okay, let me just move the files. Boy, I don't know why this keeps happening. I really do need to fix the script. So I think it's this one. I think launching it from CMD actually makes it go faster. Let me just check if it messed up. So this is the originator. I put on music, and this definitely would be something that I would just listen to casually. I think it's really, really, really cool. All right, there we go. That is correct. Let's see if this is the beginning. Okay. Yep, we're good. We're all clear. All right. Sweet. No mistakes this time, aside from all of the mistakes I'm likely to make. All right, we can go to the next one. Yeah, so this one is likely copywritten, right? Because it's from the GBB, and then it's also Dice.
Well, I mean, it's not the GBB for performance, though, so it wouldn't be copywritten by Swiss Beatbox.
Yeah, but I think Dice himself does all that stuff.
We reacted to Dice's thing on stream last time.
Yeah,
there was no problem.
Well, it's not a matter of it being on stream. It's a matter of like when I upload it, like, you know, if I were killing it, like in December, I don't mind doing stuff that doesn't get claimed, but you know, I got mortgage payments, so I got to be considerate about that. Man, I need more compression on my shit. That's the issue. Cool. All right, much more compression. Dope. Milking cows, BBK. Let's do BBK. Let's skip this. Oh man, but the Gene Shinizaki Big Man. Okay. Can we actually do the Gene Shinizaki and Big Man? Is that
Just are you planning on this being the last one?
no? I'm just so hype about it.
Okay.
I'm just hype. I love both of them. I'm totally like a stan. Oh, this is sweet beatbox too. Fuck, man.
No, it's fine if it's not GBB.
Okay, okay.
It's GBB 21, and that's the only thing that they copyright.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. I'm excited for this. I love the two of them. They're so good. So real quick, I want to figure out this chord progression. This is something that Gene does a lot, and I imagine Big Man took this from him. And so we're in D flat. Let me lower the mic a little bit. So we're at interesting. So this is it's an inverted 7 chord. So we're actually on the same chord. Sorry, I know. Okay. All right, I won't spend too much time on this, but right off the bat, I totally want to get into this. So what they're doing is a chord progression, but it's not just a chord progression. There's a melody on top, and we talked about this in the last Gene Shinozaki video that we did on this channel, but this is just so blatant, which is great because now we can talk about it. So this is a great way. I mean, in general, like if in music in general, you can do this, like. And then I guess this would work. There we go. So by the melody is actually like as simple as that's the melody, that's the motif, right? The chords underneath it are just there to give harmonic context, right? So like this is just like really interesting, I think, right off the bat. If you are a beatboxer, you're so or any solo vocalist, you're incredibly limited to what your harmonic options are. And so they do arpeggios, which is, you know, chords that are broken, right? Right. One note at a time. So, but they're using different techniques to make it super, super, super clean and consistent. If I were to sing all of this, dum da da dum, that is not very even. I mean, it might sound even because I have a shit ton of compression on right now, but it's tonally it's different. And in beatboxing, the bass is really, really important. So they go with the bass on the first note. They use a bass technique. And I want you to notice this is how deep this goes. The one chord is home. Right? So, you know, whatever chord progression this is, I don't want to figure out by plunking on the piano right now, but like whatever chord progression this is, one is home, so they hit it harder. Right? Listen to the first note of the first chord. Right? It's louder.
Like the legend of the phoenix.
Okay.
Now ends with beginnings. Yeah, what keeps the planet spinning? The force from the beginning. We've come too far to
Nice.
give up who we are. So let's raise the bar and our cups to the stars. We don't for night to get sun. We're up all night to get fun. We don't for night for good fun. We're up all night to get lucky. We don't for night to get sun. We're up all night to get some. We don't for night for good fun. We're up all night to get lucky.
This is just straight up counterpoint. Oh my god. Oh man, this is just musically brilliant.
Play that violin.
Yeah, right? Exactly. Ooh.
The synchronicity.
Yeah. The intonation. Great.
Synchronicity.
Oh! I love that. I love that.
We're up all night for the sun. Wait up for
Keeps
night
you on
for
your
the
toes.
fun.
Yeah.
We're up all night for good fun. Wait up for night to get lucky.
Man.
What I hear you say.
Oh, right. That's his other tune, which is amazing.
We're up all night to get lucky.
Yeah.
For night for good fun. We're up all night to get lucky.
This is probably one of the more chaotic sections because they're not EQ'd and panned out. Let me just check this. They're panned pretty far apart, but they're not hard panned.
I'm pretty sure this is lip synced the video.
Okay. Yeah, but the mix is
Just yeah.
Yeah. That's good context though. Thank you. Like I think like harmonies like this that are just like basic, like in thirds. But they're phrasing. And also there's something in counterpoint called contrary motion. And this is something I think a lot of people struggle with who don't really understand music theory, but I think I can explain this pretty quick. I hope I have my music theory shit that I used for a student. Good, I do have it. It's frequency side. Nope. That's the. I could search by name. I just drag this into OBS real quick. Actually, different. And let's see, I'll put that like here. Okay. I'll just make this bigger. Let's see if this. Yeah, okay, that's sweet. So, conceptually, I don't think this isn't complicated as much as it is just difficult. So counterpoint is basically moving chords in a way that is more idiomatic of melody. So each line ends up having its own melody. So this is a simple progression, 1 4 5 1. It's as basic as it gets, except for maybe 1 5 1 5 1 5. But anyway, that's just kind of. I'm not going to get into that. So what you have here is a 1 chord, do mi so, right? And so if we were square and we're just trying to do chord chord chord, this would be a 4 chord. So this is 1 chord. This is now a 4 chord, right? Very chunky, and you might want that. That's very popular in guitar. You know, like you want to like power chords or whatever. But this is what we're seeing. Right? And then we have, so it's much less chonk, chonk, chonk. Now, because they're singing each line and not doing polyphonic, we only have 2 notes to represent all of these harmonies. So they will cover a lot of different notes to outline this. And so you really have to arrange in a very intentional way. This is extremely hard to just improvise. Like, even like the best composer friends I know, like, they don't just improvise this unless it's like on a piano. To do so with singing this, they probably like reference a piano, or they have to have trained it. Counterpoint, if you're not used to manipulating notes around on a chord progression, or you don't have like a static, like a go-to solution for standard chord progressions, this stuff is just going to escape you and you're not going to be able to put it in your music. So the fact that both of them are so on top of it when it comes to this is really, really, it's just refreshing, especially for beatboxing. Like, duets can do just so much more. So they're both outlining similar chords and then using melodic devices like suspensions, overtones. I don't have to get into that. It's just chords and melody at the same time together. That takes a lot of planning. That's not an accident, right? So, and this is something you have to have good chops to, at least like basic chops, to understand. And so this is, I just love seeing this in beatboxing. Like, this is just a straight chorale. This one's fun, but anyway, I could literally go through note for note, and you like, we're not going to do that because like I don't think anybody wants me to do that. But it's
I'd probably leave.
I think that the video would be over. But it's, I don't know. I think that's just a really compelling thing, and this is why I love Gene, and I'm becoming more of a fan of Big Man, because this is the thing that they bring into beatboxing that is making it way more musical than I think a lot of people can bring, right? Like, I don't think a lot of people think about this stuff. It's also hard to get information on. Anyway, I stupid CTA plug. In the description, there's a Discord. I teach people whatever. I don't charge. It's just, come to the Discord, have questions or whatever. And if you have questions about this stuff specifically, I can get in more detail anyway. Wow. I love this
I
shit.
have to go feed my chickens, which
Sure.
takes like no time at all.
Sure. I'm just gonna
But-
get some water and then I can talk and chat for a little bit. Also, I should probably put the AC on. It's fucking hot in here. Let me just make a thumbnail. Um, um, uh, see if that works. That's just too much. I'm trying to think of what I was like, what's interesting here. Like, I feel like counterpoint is a word that gets thrown around a lot, where people don't quite understand it. So maybe that would be interesting to title it that way. Um, yeah, why the fuck not? Let's just do it. I don't want to think too much about it. Boop. I don't know what the chords were. They're fancy though. I need to work on my chord progressions. Tom Thumb and Gene is more punchy, but this one is somehow magical. I think it's because like I think Big Man because Big Man is such a fan of Gene, I think that's where I think he can flow probably with Gene a lot better. Tom Thumb is a very, very, very busy man. As great as he is, like when you work with somebody or you kind of understand their flow, it tends to work a lot better when you actually make music together. Same thumbnail as the Dilo one. We're trying not to make that mistake again. You should watch Rufu versus Rogue. Not they're in a cage though. I don't think they're in a cage. I don't know. It's actually too much. If you have them at home, I think it's like probably too much work to have set up an entire like cage system. Probably just easier to put them in the pen, feed them, and let them do their thing with some hay. Give me a second. I'm gonna get some water, y'all. forgot to bring up something super important conceptually. That I should probably throw in there. Or did I already did I already move the files becomes the question. I did not. Good. Okay. One thing I wanted to mention, if you're trying to learn counterpoint, but you're kind of intimidated about all the theory and all the solfege, a really simple way to start would be understanding two things: oblique motion and contrary motion. Those sound intimidating. Trust me, it takes like 2 seconds to explain this. I'm kind of not sure why the piano thing isn't. That can work. Actually, that looks like it will work. Sweet. All right. So all you need to know about contrary motion is it's kind of how it sounds, right? Say that's the thing you're doing, right? So contrary would be just opposite direction. And you will not have like parallel fifths or anything that might be undesirable or shaky when you have two people singing. Parallel fifths can very quickly turn into tritones. They need to be tuned very, very, very well. So generally people avoid them. And so the way to avoid that, any parallel motion, any notes that, go like this, right? They're all moving the same way, right? That's parallel. So yeah, contrary, right? And so what I just did is what's called oblique motion. So it just means one note stays the same. So if I do, right? So you can do a lot with that as well. TLDR, when you have a melody, kind of just hear where the direction is, and then just try oblique, try contrary motion, and that'll get you pretty far without having to learn like all this theory stuff. But I love that stuff too. Highly recommend you get into it if you really want to make music. Let me get to chat real quick. I'm gonna have to pee when he gets back. I'm gonna hold it in so you guys aren't bored as shit. I've adjusted the level so y'all don't have to listen to drinking water ASMR. Throat bass, lip bass. I feel like you're talking about just in that specific number, Noel. Hello, Path. Let's see. Chicken in a cage. Beatboxers are cool. Beatboxers for chickens. We'll make a little ribbon about it. I got a question. Does anyone here like regularly consume ASMR? Because like I don't get it at all. So like if anyone understands it, it'd be great to get some help with that. There's I won't name names. There's a person that does ASMR where like they're like scratching the microphone. They're literally doing their hair on mic, and people watch it, and I'm like, what? Why? I don't understand. It's like it's bizarre to me. I'll play some chill stuff while we're waiting. Where's my metallic thingy? I need my metallic thingy. Come on, metallic thingy. Is it in here and it's just low? Let me check this out. Okay. Yeah, it's been nuked. Thingies. Let me find where this is. Wonder if this is interesting. Let's try this. Yeah, I don't like that. That's like super, super low. Silverware. That's my silver exhales. Okay. I'm gonna kill the brass here. You have to get a sound that's a little bit more. I don't want the brass section here. It's supposed to be chill. And then it also kind of brass without like automation sounds fucking god awful. Where are you, brass? Where are you? There we go. Okay. All right, we're just gonna get some chords here. I don't like that. I don't like that metal sound at all. It's like piercing. Where is that? There is a way to do this where it sounds good. All right. Wow, and that is with it EQ'd. Holy crud. Oh, I have two. That would be why that's happening. Let's get a harp. Let's do a harp. I like that idea. That'd be strings. Harp. Sweet. That should work. I'm gonna kill that even more. I hate that frequency range. It's just not good. There we go. That should kill it all. Oh, my bad. My bad, Eclipse. Sorry, how long ago was that? My bad, dude. I'm in here making sounds. I did not end the call intentionally. It just looks like it was, yeah, there was AFK for 5 minutes. So
because yeah.
It did its thing. All right.
And yes, the chickens are in a cage, but it's a badass cage that's very large, and I feed them not because they need feeding, but because I like to give them treats.
Okay, that's me with my amateur chord progressions. Let's get back into it before I indulge myself too much. Gotta fix that. Alright, and then let me just deactivate this. Boosh. Alright. We're good. Wow. Alright. The stream got 1,000 views so far. That's fucking dope. There we go. Alright. Yeah. Alright. You want to do a poll for the next one? It's okay if you don't want to. We can just go in order.
I'm just reloading to see what's next. And
Gotcha.
I've seen a lot in comments and stuff for Klama.
Got you. Okay. We'll do Klama then. The dark bass.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think partially because he's Japanese.
Man, young too. Holy crap. Kid's got a straight up anime haircut. Like, okay. Let's do it. I forgot to change the folders. Let me do that before I make an egregious mistake. Sweet. All right. Worked this time in one go. All right. Let's hear some dark bass. I'm ready. You ready?
I'm not sure if you're ready, but you should click. You're not ready for what you're about to hear.
Gotcha.
Hey, what's up? My name is Klama from Japan. I want to make a massive shout for Beatbox International and like it. Okay, let's go. Slow down, and I need a drag.
Okay. So not only does that sound awesome, but if you look at the precision of what he's doing, it's amazing. I love it. Sorry, had to go. What? What in the Jurassic Park? What? Is he like swallow a raptor? What the shit is that?
I love those kicks coming in.
And I need a drag.
I'm so confused. So the only way that I would know how to get this sound, and this is why I think like beatboxing is so fucking cool. The only way I would know to get this sound would be to use a multi-band compressor and like distort the shit out of it. Whatever track you're working on. Like that sounds like straight up distortion. And maybe it was mixed that way. I don't know. Like this kid looks like he's 12, but when he hits a bass, it's like he hit puberty 3 times already. Like this is really, really, really cool. I'm going to bring this into a bigger window so we can actually see it and appreciate it. This is fucking madness. Okay. Okay, so many of you who are probably more familiar with beatboxing will already have identified this. But what we're looking at is right... Ah! Come on now. Right... I hate you sometimes, OBS. Alright, where are you at? Where are you at? When it does this. It's like if the window gets out of focus, it blurs it a ton. So that means I have to drag this over here and do this, and then I can do this. What? Fuck it. All right, we're not gonna fucking have a pen then. What if I? Oh, that's OBS that I switched, not the watch together. Sorry, I'm figuring this shit out as I go. All right. That do it? Does that do it? Yes, that does it. Sweet. Fix the problem. Okay, so if you look at his mouth, it's going to move very, very, very precisely into position for every little sound. So we're going to zoom in a little bit. And let's watch this real quick. Like that takes a lot of work to be that consistent, you know. And I'm sure there are a lot of people in the comment sections who are going to be like, well, I can do that depending on the sound, and that's fair. But to people less familiar with beatboxing, this does take a long time to be able to execute. On top of the fact that the rest of his stuff is also super sick. So it's just like there are a lot of nuggets here of like, holy awesome Batman. It's super nutty. Okay. You have any takes on this? Because holy shit.
I just want to go over the texture because I'm wondering if he's using any like hyoid bone, suprahyoid muscles to achieve the
wait, can I see how much you've improved your throat bass? It didn't take me too long to do. So the answer is yes. We'll go over that real quick. I just want to answer these. Pulse 8 makes the mastering audio. He's a beast. Got you. Those are some Quake 2 sounds. That is a reference. Thank you. I don't feel old anyway. So throat bass for me wasn't that difficult. I just needed to find the sound. And then the fact that I sing opera and I seek to achieve maximum resonance no matter what I do means that the tone quality is not hard to achieve. Where I do fuck up on throat bass is I'm not gentle enough, so my ability to change pitch is really bad. So if I want to do like the tone is inconsistent there because I'm trying to tilt my larynx, but I'm also trying to be really gentle about it, and I'm not used to that because, like, I don't know if y'all know this, opera singers are not known for being subtle. So anyway, let's get into what you were talking about. All right. So you were wanted to talk about the texture of his bass, yeah?
Yeah, I just wanted to hear it back.
Sure. Yeah, go for it.
Just sounds like inward, but there's like something on top of it.
What's bizarre to me is that like the second time through, it still doesn't make sense to my brain. Like it's so sick. Yeah, I don't know, man. This is nasty. What I also really respect too is the way that he's going. It's almost like an 808 kick, right? Like the just that sound.
Okay.
But it's his ability to throw it in there, and the coordination that takes. That's another one of those things where it's like, it's not complicated. It's just hard. Right? Like, and again, if we nitpick every little instance and be like, well, that specifically is not hard to do, it just takes time, right? But then we go to another, like, 5 seconds of the video, and it's like, well, that's not necessarily complicated. It's just, it takes a lot of time. What's impressive is that he looks so young, which, I don't know, he might be like 20. Like, I got stopped in an airport when I was 20 because people asked me where my parents were. Like, everyone in my family looks really young. So I don't know how old he is. But, like, all of this stuff to get this level of precision on all of these different little things, that does take time, attention to detail, because you can't just, like, casually walk around making noises and then it's going to fall into place. Like, I think a lot of people have a mistake. They mistake what practice is. Practice is not like how many hours you do a thing. Practice is like you are conscious and very deliberate about doing a certain thing for short bursts of time. And I'm sure someone's going to argue with me. Fucking Google it. Like, before you come after me for this, because anyway. This takes so much time, but he's so young. So that's kind of what I'm getting at, is that this is really, really impressive. Anyway, what a monster sound. It's crazy. Inward and outward.
I'm pretty sure both epiglottis at the inward and outward, his outward bass is really sick too. There's a lot, it sounds very meaty, and oscillations are far apart.
Yeah. I mean, that's the only thing, like you were asking about specific things that were involved there. This is where, like, the only thing to me that makes sense would be the epiglottis, just because it's so big relative to everything else in the larynx. So that, to me, makes the most sense, that if that's how you get an inward bass, that's going to be the loudest.
I'm pretty sure, I'm, like, confident he's using epiglottis, but for the texture on top of that,
okay, yeah, sure.
I was wondering if he was using something else.
Right here, right? Yeah, no, I have no fucking idea. Like, that's one of those things, like, let's actually bring this into the spectrogram real quick. Because, like, that would be really cool to take a look at real quick. Klama dark bass, right? Let's see this real quick. And what timestamp is that? That's like right here-ish, yeah? Like 1 minute in.
Oh, the outward bass is so sick too.
Yeah.
It's like a vocalized, low vocalized chest bass.
So, okay, all right. So we're going back and we're listening to the sounds that we're hearing, and let's just play through it. So what's making it sound so crazy? There's so many frequencies, like I don't even know where to move my face. I'm gonna turn my camera off. There's just so many. Oh my god. So what gives it that like sickening, like really gross dubstep, like monster sound is this. In all of the throat bass and inhale bass, and really any bass that we've covered so far with the spectrogram, this is missing. Right? Let's real quick get into what frequency range is this real quick. Right. So that's really, really, really high on the spectrum. And this is what makes me think there was a like added multiband compression here, because this is an entire sausage. There is very little dynamic variance except for here. So you could do this with a multiband compressor and then distort the shit out of that frequency and just compress the crap out of it. But that would also lead to like, I don't know, like you do get these, and they kind of vanish, but man, it's just like, this is wild. We don't see all the stuff we've looked at. We don't see this like chonky representation of so many different frequencies. Like we'll see this, but it's not this bright, which means it doesn't have the volume that we're hearing, right? So the fact that this exists in such intensity, the brightness means denotes the volume of that specific frequency. But then we also have these highs represented in a way that we've never seen in the inward basses that we've looked at so far, which is completely nutty.
I feel like I need to see this man's larynx. Like how girthy. I don't know.
I would presume that he's actually got quite I don't think the bass, it doesn't sound like it's really, really, really boomy. So it makes me think that he would have like a large larynx. Yeah, I don't know how else he's doing it.
The vibration of the epiglottis is just so like, it's almost like staccated. It's just so like
Yeah. I don't really like this one. I can see that. It's like, this is like all about that bass kind of a situation, right? Like it's all about the bass, it's all about the sound. The routine is not like involved. It kind of like was it the I'm an Alien set? Similar. I think there's more variance here, but I can see the argument. Thirsty. It's absolute madness. This is why I kind of want to go through a bunch of inward bass things and just take the spectrogram to it. But I'll do that another time. How many videos do we have so far? Let me just check real quick. I'm
gonna do Rivers wildcard
Oh, yeah,
for
yeah.
GBB. He was number 1. He was the number 1
Gotcha.
ranked wildcard.
Oh, I don't have wait a minute, what? Not have a replay? Hold on. Oh, it looks like it didn't have a replay. Alright, well, I'm not gonna make one. Because I'm not just gonna shit up. We need a thumbnail. Good.
I do have Villain versus Dudes in here, but I don't think we're gonna get to it today. Today was sort of a slow day.
Yeah. I'm actually gonna misspell it. So this, for people who are like not aware, misspelling is as weird as it is, it actually increases click-through rate, which is bizarre, but within reason, right? People need to know what the word is. Let me bring that over, and then I'm good. How many did we make so far? I'm on 8 videos. All right, 2 more, and I think I'm done skied.
Okay, I have 2 for you.
Good. All right. So River, yeah.
Yep.
Oops. I don't even know what that is. All right. Gonna play. I don't even know. Did it like kind of like bug out for you? There we go.
Yeah, a bit. I think you clicked the live thing next to the play button.
Yeah. I think I misclicked it. All right. I could have sworn I hit the button. Oh well, I'm actually gonna edit these videos now. See if it's worthwhile. But anyway, all right. Let's get into this.
What's up, guys? My name is River. I'm from France, and this is my solo wildcard for the GBB 2021 World League. Let's go.
I need a break. To find my way. I need a brain to find my play.
Nice. That's really smart. I think he swallowed a Game Boy. Wow. I mean, that's straight up sounds like chip tunes. Wow, nice.
I need a break to find my way. I've been thinking about falling.
Ooh. Nice.
I need a break. Yeah.
Ah!
I hope I'll find my way at GBB. Thank you
Wow.
very much, guys. Ish.
So, okay, immediately right off the bat, my favorite part of this is he's doing what's called like a sequence, and oh my goodness, my camera froze. How dare you? How dare you? Should come back. Come back, camera. Let me get the first bit of this.
My name is River. I'm from France for the GBB 2020. Go.
I need a break. To find my way. I need a break to find my play.
Sorry, give me 1 second, y'all. Something like that. I don't think I don't think it's the 5th though. I want to figure this out because it has implications for other. So he's just changing. Yeah, okay. That's what it is. It's active. So what he's doing is he's actually taking a really simple idea. So that's actually just a third, right? And then he does octave displacement, which is, you know, like, he just brings it an octave up. So what this creates is a really dramatic melodic idea. So, and then he does what's called sequencing, sequential motion. So if we're in the key of, right, if we're in the key of C, so the intervals might change between minor thirds, major thirds, and all that, but it's still thirds, right? So he keeps them the same by doing this. Right? So, and right? So by doing this, he is taking the same melodic idea and shifting it. And that's why this shit is so catchy. That's why. It's really cool, and it's just smart music making.
A brain to find my play.
Right? So that is basically taking a melodic idea and then sequencing it based on a chord progression, but there's no chords here, but it kind of ends up, there are harmonic implications. It feels like a chord because you have the 1 and the 3, which ultimately in most genres are what you need to denote, like to figure out it's a, now we have D major, right? Whereas if it's, do we know, like if it's just 1 and 5, like what is this? What is this, right? It doesn't denote a chord. 1 and 3 are really important here. right? So he goes through an implied chord progression, but because it's so simple, and then he does the same thing and he sequences it, that's why we find it so catchy. Yeah, I don't know. This is really, really, really clever, and it's not contrived. So yeah, man, I don't know. This is just straight up good music. Did you want to expand on things?
I just think it's a perfect balance of like impressive technicality while still being able to like um refrain from using all of his tricks all at once. It's just a good musical piece. It's similar to Gene's Wildcard in that it uses similar sounds and just great melodies. Yeah, there's not much to say like technically because a lot of the things he's doing, like how he's making that noise, or at least I do. But just musically, that's why it's first.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think similarly. I think Codfish's one I felt similarly about was right. You have some similar ideas where chords are kind of outlined. This is why I need to start looping live so I can actually teach some of these ideas. Right? Like if I even just go through and then like something simple. And then I guess we can do 4. Whatever that is. And so you can just take that and outline some of that with your vocals. Like, say for example, I want to do like pedal point, where I just keep outlining C. And I could do that in the bass. Like there's a lot of cool things, just simple chord progressions you could do so much shit with. And I think this is a perfect example, as well as the stuff we looked at with Gene and Big Man. And the implication, it's so helpful for looping. And it's an idea that I think people should just learn in general. You must check out MB14. Never seen any. I want to go on an MB14 spree, frankly. Listen to Villain's second rounds against studs. What else? What do we have next?
Well, I mean, you want just, I mean, I have the whole Villain versus Dudes, which I thought maybe we had a chance of getting to today, but it was a slow day. So, yeah. But since you want just one more, I think this is a good. The next one.
The next one. Immortal.
Yeah. Immortal.
We've decided that this one takes a while, right? Like this specific one, the MB14 SAR is like it's not too long, but see, I want a shorter one for the last one. Running out of gas. Let's do this one. It'd be nice to do like a bunch of looping next time. I don't know if that's interesting for you. I don't know if you.
No, yeah, it's just there's a lot of the new stuff is solo.
Sure. Yeah.
So it's hard to balance,
100%. Yeah. I can also do like just a straight up like looping stream where like I look at one idea and then I try to make something out of that. We'll see. All right. Now's not the time. When I'm tired is not the time to do new ideas. Shazbot. Hold on, let me see. Did I have a thumbnail? I thought I had a thumbnail. I totally thought I had a thumbnail for this. What is going on? What is the haps? Heck. Thought I took. Sorry, we're gonna have to go back for a sec. Oh, numlock is off. That is why.
My
Yeah. There we go. I don't know why numlock was off. So let me change those. I think probably like introductory music theory would probably be one of the more beneficial things for beatboxers, because I just don't see it anywhere. And I don't think it's that difficult to teach. This like I think to use it properly, probably like a year or two, but from like a year or two is like chump change, because I've been doing this for like 15 years. So like I hear 2 years, I'm like, only 2 years. Let's get started right now. But like not just conceptually, I think people can get it, but it's just the implications. No way. What is with the world of beatboxing producing small children that make me feel inadequate? All right. I know this is going to be insane because he's a kid.
14.
14? Yeah, no big. No big. All right. You ready? I'm ready.
Yep.
Yo, this is Mortal from India, and this is a big shout out to Beatbox International. Okay. Break the silence.
What?
Break it down like level up. Drop it like a bomb. Bring it back.
He's possessed.
Drop it like a bomb.
Yeah, no, confirm. I feel inadequate now. This has to be mixed.
Yeah, I mean, this is Pulsate back at it again.
Yeah. Like super props on the mixing. Like this, like the mixer has like like phone audio. Damn. That is hard to work with. I've tried, like I've had a bunch of, like, when I was doing Pilates and people, like, you know, the pandemic kicked and everyone was asking me for help for this, that, and the other thing on audio production. I, like, anytime I get phone audio, I was like, this is irredeemable. I can't do anything with this. And so that he made it work is incredible. And obviously I'm not knocking Immortal. Like, he's 14. Like, I doubt he's just going to go to the local music store and like, can I get an audio interface PC and a dynamic microphone for a minimum of like $1,200? Like, I don't expect that. So, and this is cool because it's like, it's the great equalizer, no pun intended. But I'm a little bit of a pun there. I'll take it.
what I find so amazing about this shout out is just that the structure is so that nothing seems like a really abrupt switch, but he's able to fit in all these different ideas and all these different sounds, and it all seems to like work as a piece
Yeah,
on its own.
it's funny because
It's
when I go for finish, sorry.
no, I was just gonna say again that it's just really cool that a
Yeah.
14-year-old is able to come up with structure this good.
I was really impressed with the fills. Like,
Oh yeah.
If we go to like YYZ from like Neil Peart or something like that, you'll hear a lot of similar technical fills that also are musical.
Break it down like
that to me is reminiscent of Neil Peart musically. And for those who don't know who I'm talking about, because I'm fucking old, let me get Neil Peart up in this bitch. Where's the old school one? Old school one. Yeah, someone made like a 3D animation of it. It's so bizarre, but I don't want to play it for too long because like definitely would get a copyright for this one. But like something akin to like these. That's the wrong part of that. Find an actual fill here. Yeah. Yeah, like something akin to this. Like, and then he goes right back to it. So I don't know. That's really cool to me. And there are a couple of other fills that like the syncopation there and stuff like that. Like it's just really smart drumming. So anyway, that's how I feel about that. River is also a looper. Makes sense. I feel like go for it.
Ooh. I was just gonna mention something else about that's relevant here. Well, I was just gonna play this portion, which is the last drop. That is my favorite part of the entire shout out.
Yeah, the bass with the clucks. The clucks have meat to them, which is really interesting because usually that's done. It's not done with that kind of power. Like it's usually kind of done like that. Something like that. But he has a lot of power when he does it. It's kind of nutty.
Yeah, and that bass he's doing is using the hyoid foot bone. Evil based.
Hold on. Because I know the omohyoid muscle.
Well, the muscles and the bone.
Yeah.
Suprahyoid muscles.
Okay, that helps a lot. These are not the only reference that I generally have with the hyoid is the omohyoid. Oh man. Okay, so you're saying that this is like a girthy like thing that like right here that this is moving.
I'm not looking at your screen,
Got
but
it. Let me put that shit
maybe.
up.
Hello, everyone.
This would be it right here. I'll screenshot it real fast and send it to you on Discord. Yeah, it's on the right-hand side. So that's a section of muscles, clearly, but
Yep,
bring that
above
up.
the larynx, below the jaw, and that
Yeah.
sort of area.
So like it's almost like a frog kind of thing, which makes sense. Geez, I'm running out of space on my like anatomy thing section of Discord, but second I'll it's here. Windows. And then we'll get a frog. Okay, so the assertion is that this is the suprahyoid muscle group, and specifically, specifically we're talking about. Give me 1 second. Boop boop ba doop boop. Burp. There we go. And then we're gonna figure this out. It's gonna work. It's gonna work. Cool. Okay. So this is the muscle we're talking about right here. And so the assertion is that this almost moves like a frog.
Yeah.
Let's get like a frog. Frog.
Froggy?
Some of these are really, really cute. I'm going to slow this down so that it actually sounds super low. Oh, it doesn't affect pitch. Probably for the best. Okay. So that's what I mean, obviously not to that extent, but that's the idea. Now, as far as how do you make that happen and what do you do in order to pull that off, I have no idea. Don't ask me that question. I'm just here.
I'm just experimenting, just like trying.
Yeah. Like
trying to make the vibration in that area above my larynx.
Yeah, I'm just
above
like
the epiglottis.
Yeah, I'm proud I have like a decent throat bass and that I'm working on snort bass. I thought I was clever. I was like, ooh, if I snort, and everyone's like, yeah, snort bass. You didn't know? I was like, no, yeah, I know. Oh yeah, you know, but it's fun.
I'm just making noise over here.
Yeah, I don't know. There's like I can make the uvula do that, and then also like if I get my tongue in the right position, I can grind it against my soft palate. But it's I don't know. I just make myself sound cool by putting a shit ton of compression on that. For analysis, usually I go through stuff that people make playlists of. I don't know. I'm not going to radically change that. I have a vacation coming up, which will allow me to think more about that stuff. So, also, welcome Barry Allen, the Flash.
Barry Allen.
Yeah, appreciate that. Yeah, man, I don't know. This is some crazy.
Imagine
shit.
Barry Allen's TKs.
I don't know. We break the sound barrier there, I think. I wonder, like, if you break the sound barrier, I imagine the size of what breaks it affects that. I don't know. I don't know enough about sonic booms.
How fast can his vocal cords move? I want. Can he make what?
He can make it so high no one can hear it.
There's so many things about the Flash that just
we don't get answered in the story at all. I would imagine that the Flash can produce X-rays. That's how much he can. That's how fast he can do it. Think of what. I need a thumbnail, and then yeah, I'm just zonked. Which sucks, but there we go. This is my favorite thumbnail yet. Who's gonna listen to it? Probably nobody. But here we go. Good, and then
Immortal's quite popular in search. It's a very popular video.
Yeah, I can see why. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I want to do the problem I have with video editing a lot of this stuff is that I'd much rather do more like looping content, and if I spend time video editing this stuff, I'm not thinking about new things.
Did you want to know like audience retention? You were talking about that.
Yes, because you know, for my usual audience, for example, the Patti LaBelle one I just put up, audience retention is like 50%, 40%.
That's 40.
So you're rocking 40 roughly?
Yeah.
Oh wow. On what videos?
Let's see. PWAD 40%, NL 34, just because I had a bit at the end.
Yeah.
That wasn't as AL 43. Gene 38. Den 41. So all around 40.
Wow. Okay. That may be worthwhile.
They're pretty short videos as well.
That helps a lot. Yeah.
They're around like 6 minutes.
Watch time percentage, reach engagement, view, average percentage viewed, last 7 days, video. Okay, yeah, wow. Okay, Delo, that's 48. Delo 52. Okay.
Wow. Nice.
Well, those are the ones that popped off, but the Vocoder one is 30. NL's is 49. Okay. Den's
That's not
kind of
bad.
surprised. Den is only 31. There are some anomalies here. Probably means you need to sit through the videos, kind of look at what happened. It's probably more like when I'm talking, and doing more analysis stuff. Wow. Warlet only has 15%.
Makes sense. She's not as popular.
Yeah.
Plus, I think it was a lot of talking about voice stuff in that one.
Interesting. The King Inertia, the second one, only has 10% to watch at 17 minutes. That's the thing.
Well, I mean,
What? Go for it.
what was that? The first one with me?
Might have been. Might have been.
'Cause I mean,
I went back.
that was your second time reacting to the same one, so people were like, "Oh, he's seen this, all right."
So interesting you say that, because usually people don't give a shit. At least in, so this is where demographics matter. So see, yeah, for example, like the second time I reviewed the Russian dude, Improver. I actually have higher watch time on the second video, but it's also like a quarter of the length. But it's interesting the way beatboxers and beatboxing fans listen very, 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 very differently. I don't know. It's just it's a totally different demo, which means I have to learn a lot more. So
I wish I got 50 on some of my videos.
Well, I mean, I think it's just because I make so many fucking faces. Like, I just do that. You know, I kind of had to train that.
Have you a lot of my thumbnails are from my video.
Oh, the video itself.
And there are some pretty crazy ones.
Yeah. I don't know.
Do not test me when it comes to making faces.
All right.
I will come at you.
All right. I'll back up. No, I don't. I don't know. I mean, truth be told, I actually don't really understand why people watch the shit that I make. Like people have told me, they're like, I really love, knowing this technical stuff about my favorite artists, but it just shocks me. Like I'm in a bit of a disbelief that that's that interesting to people, because I was alone with that fascination for over a decade. Like the only person I ever met who was as interested was my teacher, who has a master's in voice and speech pathology, and that's her shit, and she loves that. So to find that there's a wide appeal for that over multiple genres is like I didn't know. And I think that also is counter to. I think that's commentary on people underappreciating just how into music people are, which is interesting, because you'd think with Netflix, with YouTube and all that stuff, you'd think that music and music making would be lower on a priority. And it is for these social platforms. Music is time consuming to make. It's generally short. And so on every single platform, it usually underperforms. But that's not what people want. So I don't know. It's like everything. This is why you can't fucking predict what works. Like you can't. If you're going to make a YouTube channel, here's my advice. Don't think about it and make the most random shit you could possibly think of, because you don't know what people will want to watch. And if you did, you'd have a successful YouTube channel already. I still have no fucking idea. So I'm just super fucking lucky. But anyway.
I came in with a plan, and then that immediately did not work. And I'm like, well, wow, I spent so much time thinking about how to make this plan perfect, but it's not even what people want. So
yeah. I don't know. All right. I'm exhausted. Let's see how many we have. Let's see. Because I'd rather do 10 videos. That's pretty good. I could have sworn we had some replay on that one. I think the script broke on a few of these. No, I know I had. Okay, I'll have to look at the clips before I can cut these. But anyway, everyone, thanks for people clicked for the 10 drops and then clicked away. Yeah, but like that makes sense to me. I put the wrong thumbnail and title on the wrong video. And that's not the first time that's happened, which is why I've been so focused on workflow. Because I make, and it's not just for beatboxing, I make a fuck ton of videos for everything. 12 Durot, I hate saying this when people ask like where we can suggest videos, but like there's so many people asking, I have to kind of put it through a paywall, which I don't like to do. So I have a Patreon. It's not cheap. I'm trying to think of a better way to do it so that it's not so cost prohibitive. But I have not found a way to do that yet. And I've been putting a lot of thought into that, so it's not, I don't know. I'm wondering if the numpad shit was going on for a while. See if they're in clips. Okay, they are in clips, so it's just the script broke. I'll have to look at that. But at least I have them. This recent one is this, yep. Okay. What is with the I could do, maybe I should edit just a few of these to kind of get a better sense of where I could go better. I don't know. If anyone in chat has like any questions specifically about singing or anything like that, I'm happy to answer them. So if anyone's got any questions or that,
I hope I'll find my way at GBB.
Wow.
Thank you very much, guys.
I think he swallowed a Game Boy. I'll keep that one. Okay. These are supposed to be automated flip things, but it is what it is. Still move them into a safe spot. Does this happen? Bizarre to me is that like the second time through, it still doesn't make sense to my brain. And I think that's it. I think everything else worked. Nope, it didn't. Okay, I gotta figure out what's going on. I think it might be just going too quickly. I'm excited for this. Sucks. Oh! I love that. That is, I love that. It's interesting, there's still 20 people watching. I'm just waiting for someone to say something. No one could possibly be this interested in me. It's like making adjustments to my videos. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out what went script. It could just be that I hit the num key, but it's too consistently not working for that to be the case. What is going on? Be renameable. Oh man, creative. That is bonkers. Okay, well, you're not working, so you get new.
Drop it, you're breathless.
Some of these moments are super funny. Why is this happening? Like stuck in something? or a message on Discord. I'll read it. Yeah, it's important that I read. Thank you for sending that stuff. The thoughts on that are really good to have. Second here, still making all these adjustments because my script is up. One is a while back. This is like on. That's the sound you're gonna get when you do that. Oh, these are fun. It's interesting to look back in hindsight. And I have some of the CPM of something comparable that I get. That's is this tinfoil? Like what is this?
What's probably my favorite thumbnail face?
What's that?
Just out of
Oh. Yeah, that's okay. I'll give you that. That's a good face. I'm reading it right now, Ryan. I think they've but I also I can get behind that sentiment. Oh, that sucks. That sucks to get a takedown claim. Like a false takedown claim is really shitty. So the way claims work, or not claim, DMCA takedown, they're different. Claim is you don't get money. Takedown from this live stream, not 20, just 10, unfortunately. But yeah, I've had a lot of practice at doing this. I've been doing this for 4 years. And I've made a point to be hyper productive on live streams. They're kind of like the point. But so on the issue of David Larson getting DMCA'd for a takedown, what's really shitty is if you get a false DMCA, it is up to the person that DMCA'd you in the first place to decide whether or not to give you a channel strike. So if you contest that, you have to do it. You have to take it outside of YouTube. So that is what happened with H3H3, which I don't know if y'all are aware of. Like that super long lawsuit that they had. Some guy claimed defamation and copyright, and they didn't back down, so they had to hire lawyers. So that's how far it can get. There are strict penalties, and obviously the law's on your side there, and you can ask for restitution. But when the person issuing a DMCA takedown is like 12, why hire a lawyer? You're never going to see that money anyway, because he's fucking 12 or she's 12, right? Like, it's not going to work. So that sucks. It's really hard to fight against that. You know, sometimes you have to, but like for a video that's heavily controversial, probably not worth it. So that sucks. He probably had to go through a lot of steps to re-upload it. Um, Jesus, man. People need to calm the shit down. But this helps a lot, Ryan, on how I can frame things. Because I think that my primary contention is that people are framing BBU as a money grab. That's where I just don't think there's enough there to make that case, and I also think that a lot of people making those claims have never done an event in their life. It's so fucking hard. And I think they deserve props for that, regardless of like serious mistakes. Like serious. They made serious fuck ups. But I think there's net good there. Obviously, people can think what they want about that, and they have feelings about that. I'm sure there are a lot of strong feelings. Clearly, there are a lot of strong feelings. So, but I think I'll probably yeah. Yeah, no. Some things, and I've had this before. I actually have a video up about someone who is my competition, and we've had a lot of good. It's hard to qualify for human review, so I'm glad that happened. Yeah. I believe there's a reason. So this is something I actually learned by doing events. If there's a demographic that is absent from a community, there's a fucking reason, and it's usually not a positive one. Some instances, it's not like anyone's like twisting their mustache or being nefarious, but like there are a lot of instances where you will fail to understand what makes a certain demographic comfortable in a space or community. And so sometimes it's just like straight up ignorance, like that, there's not enough, it's not like nefarious, it's just like you don't account for very, very, very specific concerns. Like the it's all good, we're for everybody shit doesn't fly, that doesn't work. And there are reasons for that. I'm not going to get into that. But like, even if it's just as innocent as that. But specifically the absence of women in beatboxing, I would believe that there are a lot of instances that are poorly handled and not spoken of. Like, like we've seen it, like, I'm not going to beat a dead horse. Someone came in and was like, Warlit is fucking trash. And I was like, let's not do that. Right? But that's like, I've never heard that about anyone here other than a woman. And I don't think that one instance, sheds a light on anything. But I think in combination with the fact that there are so many women absent, like Butterscotch has had nothing to do with the EU community. And that's a fucking big audience. It makes actually no sense from a financial point of view that she wouldn't dip her toe in that. But, I'm not surprised. Like I said, when there is a demographic clearly missing, there's a reason. Okay, that helps me a lot. I think like all I want to do is frame all I want to do is frame the difficulties making the difficulties in making an event, and how there's a lot of like people, I don't know like what it is, like there's a lot of statements that are just like tinfoil hat, like, okay, maybe they could be right, but like maybe the United States is holding alien spaceships in Area 51. You know what I mean? Like maybe the sun won't come up tomorrow, like that kind of shit. So like we don't know, and it's a weird thing to just be so confident in the assertion because there's no evidence to that. And I also just think people don't understand that events that like no sponsor is going to come in unless you're like a big fucking deal or you have like an agency advocating for you. No one's first event is going to come with a lot of sponsors. Zero. So there's no revenue there. In terms of monetization of views, doesn't make sense. There are better strategies. Like that's kind of where I won't want to go, but I think that that's more research than I put in at all. So that's going to be one of those things I have to really think about. Like, do I want to research this? Do I want to open the can of worms? Probably for now, it's not worth. People are super, super, super heated and emotional about this, and that's fair. There's plenty of reasons to be emotional about this. So I think this is one of those things like now's not the time. I think there are things that people are focused on that are way more important. And I would be like over here being like, so I know all of this shit is like super controversial and extremely consequential, you know, but we're just going to ignore that and talk about this seemingly irrelevant conversation over here. There's probably not a lot of value add to that. So
one of the most harmful things to do in situations like these is to assert that like sort of like hint at and cherry pick like certain things that lead to like the image that this person's really bad, and then at the end say like, well, and this is just speculation. You no need to trust me, and like just gloss over that.
Yeah.
But like
that's not good. No,
the whole video is like disparaging, and then there's just like little snippets that's like, but this is all just speculation.
Yeah,
when
I mean,
it's clear from the video that you're trying to like say that this is what's happening.
Yeah. You can't talk about a thing for like 5 to 10 minutes and then just kind of be like, just my opinion. But what I would want to do, and this is probably why it wouldn't do well. First of all, it's just not the right timing. But second of all, I think it's too dry. I would just get into like making events is hard. Here's why. But that's not really what this is about. And I think the people who have suspicions of why the event is not, like why they think that there's a money grab, why they think is that, it's not because they don't necessarily know the in or outs of making the event. It's because there's a deeper underlying frustrations and feelings about that. Although there's probably like a few assholes who are like, events just make a lot of fucking money, man. This is a money grab. Like it's so fucking, events are so fucking hard to make work. I can't stress that enough. If money is their goal, this is the most idiotic thing they could probably do. And maybe they don't know that, and so they did it. But let me tell you, they're not fucking making bank on this. No sponsorships. It doesn't make sense.
Maybe not even making a direct return. I mean,
probably not. They probably lost money on it.
I mean, over time, maybe, but like definitely not by the end of the competition.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's a good timing to invest in that sort of a thing. So you could argue that they're trying to build something.
Definitely an investment.
Yeah. It's they won't make it back on the first one. It's good to have something to compete with the GBB. It sucks that there's the controversy because it does take away from the art. But after reading it, and by the way, thank you, Ryan. After reading all that, I can sort of get why the feelings are as such, because I think it points to a bigger discussion about women in beatboxing. And that's going to be an emotional argument. That's going to be an emotional thing to start to talk about, especially because it's so male dominated. Anyway.
All right, I'd love to talk about this stuff, but I gotta run.
Sure. No, I gotta run too. I have a wife. And it's hot as shit in here. I turn the AC on.
I don't, but I have to go anyway.
You got chickens. You got to feed them. You know, you got to use the toilet, presumably. So, all right, go be a human. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. Dope. Thank you for the donos. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you so much. Thank you.